Listen closely, Canada. The sound you're hearing is the rumble of an election getting ready to make history. They've crisscrossed the country. They've crossed swords in debate. They've smiled. They've waved. They've shaken every hand they could. They've chased every vote. And now there's nothing left to do but wait. In 30 minutes, the ballots are counted. A new Canadian government takes shape with real consequences for all of us.
From CBC News, Canada Votes. Here is Peter Mansbridge.
Well, 37 days ago, we marched into an election campaign that seemed destined to give us more of the same. But instead, we may be sitting through the last half hour of political life as we used to know it. Nothing certain, of course, until the votes are counted. But unless a lot of Canadians told pollsters one thing and then did another, we're about to see monumental political change. And you can spell the change with 3 letters: NDP. We'll be on that story tonight here at our CBC News election headquarters. And of course, the other stories that will emerge. Will the Conservatives win the majority they've been aching for? Will the Liberals finish below second place for the first time ever? Will the Bloc Québécois lose the iron grip it's had in Quebec for 18 years through 6 elections? It may take many more hours to get those answers, but I can tell you this, you won't get them anywhere sooner than you'll get them right here. Now, part of our election team is, of course, the people on air, but behind the scenes, the editors, producers, and technicians who make some of the critical decisions on projecting the results during the evening, analyzing them as they come in, making decisions based on fact, not fantasy. Evan Solomon, the host of Power and Politics, is with us tonight, and he's got a smart board.
It's smart, and we will be following some of those key storylines you just talked about, Peter. This could be an historic night if the polls are right. Let's look at, this is where we're starting, but what if a couple scenarios happen? Let's look at one scenario. We call this the orange wave, and Peter was just mentioning that. What if the NDP got 80 seats? That would mean they would be stealing seats from the Bloc. The Bloc would have a bad night. They would be stealing seats from the Liberals. They might even be stealing seats from the Conservatives in provinces like Ontario and British Columbia. What would that mean? That would mean that Jack Layton becomes the official opposition party, and that would be history. It moves into Stornoway. But what about the Conservatives in that what-if scenario? Well, remember this number right here, 155. That's what they need. That's the threshold to get a majority government. And in this case, Stephen Harper doesn't get it. That would not be a happy night inside the Conservative camp. But let's look at another what-if scenario we'll dig into tonight. We call this the vote split. What if the NDP go up, but not a lot? And in certain ridings, and the Liberals fall, but not a lot. In those ridings, they're duking it out. We call this the split scenario. And in this scenario, in those ridings where they're fighting, those votes cancel each other out, and they drive the Conservatives in those ridings up. And that would push Stephen Harper to that coveted majority past 155. That would be a happy day for the Conservatives because they finally got that coveted majority through the vote split. We'll be watching those scenarios tonight. We could be on the verge of history. Peter.
Evan's artwork will be available online later tonight. Night. And we'll be able to take you outside our studio to 40 locations across the country. But we still have a little time for the lighter side before the polls close. We've reached out to some of our friends who toil outside the newsroom at CBC. We asked them for their take on federal politics. First up, the dragons of the Dragon's Den. We figured they wouldn't be shy, and you know what? It turns out we figured right.
I would never, ever, no, ever, wait, have I said that? Never run for politics.
I'd never run for Prime Minister. The job just doesn't pay enough.
Absolutely not. There's no way I'd run for Prime Minister because you have no private personal life.
I don't think anyone would elect me as Prime Minister. My name's Bruce Croxon. I'm a co-founder of Lava Life, and I'm the rookie dragon in the den.
Listen, I should run. I'm not kidding. I'd clean this whole mess up.
If I was elected Prime Minister, my first order of business would be to cut taxes
Lower taxes.
I think I would be working very hard to secure the Arctic.
Shrink government by 33%. One in every third guy gets whacked.
Very seriously, we'd be to cut taxes in this country.
Show me a goat, and its platform is, I'll shrink government, I'm voting for the goat.
I think there could be, for the first time in a long time, a majority government, and I think that that's going to happen. I think the second party that's going to be very close to being opposition could be, for the first time, the NDP party.
I hate this whole minority thing. It's like a bunch of dragons. They can't agree. You need somebody in charge.
I think that the Conservatives are going to be returned with their same old minority government.
The Liberal guy's going to get whacked for sure because he's lost 2 elections. He's toast, and he's boring. So what happens is, Liberals need a new leader. NDP will never get elected. Layton switches and goes to the Liberals. So he can just claim that he ate some bad food, got food poisoning, and became crazy and joined the NDP party by mistake. He always thought he was a Liberal. I'd believe him, and he'd be elected.
Even though I'm wearing Liberal red, which I am, I believe it's going to be the Conservatives, and I think it's going to be a minority government.
I'm really not sure what's going to happen with the opposition, but it'll be very interesting to watch.
All right, the Dragons are all millionaires, of course, pretty good with numbers. Our numbers people tonight, well, I can't speak to their bank accounts, but I know they're good with vote counts. And they'll be telling you what's happening in ridings from coast to coast to coast. Starting with Diana Swain, who's watching Newfoundland and Ontario, 113 seats, a third of the ridings in Canada.
Yeah, and if I were paid by the riding, my bank account would look better. But let's take a look at Ontario, because it's battleground Ontario for a reason. Nothing's going to happen significantly tonight without going through this province. And there are 3 big storylines to watch. So let's break them down for you. First of all, we'll take a look at the riding of Brampton-Springdale, because the Conservatives have targeted this for the past 2.5 years, those so-called very ethnic ridings. If they are going to build in Ontario tonight, it's through places like Brampton-Springdale. You'd like to see, well, the Conservatives would like to see Parm Gill beat Ruby Dalla. They met last time. It was very close, and we'll see what happens there tonight. We're watching another riding, again, because of the storyline. It's York Centre. Is the Liberal vote really collapsing? Could it be tested in places like this, where the Liberals have held the seat since 1962? An iconic hockey goalie, Ken Dryden, is in there. We'll be watching, because there's talk it could be very close. Another riding to have our eye on for you tonight is Davenport. And this is where we'll be testing whether or not there's really an NDP surge in Ontario beyond what's been talked about in Quebec. Could Mario Silva fall to Andrew Cash, musician who's expected to give him a real challenge? We'll be watching that and much more.
It'll be interesting to watch Ken Dryden. He may need a big save tonight to hold on to that one. Ian Hannamansing is watching New Brunswick, his old home province, plus BC, his new one, and all the prairies in between.
So, Peter, let me take you all the way out to the West Coast riding you reported from during the campaign, Vancouver-Kingsway. And you know, if you were to take the economic and ethnic diversity of Vancouver and put it in one riding, it would look a lot like Vancouver-Kingsway. Plus, it has the distinction of having been represented by 2 MPs in the last 2 elections, but who represented all 3 parties. Don Davies, a breakthrough for the NDP last time around, but before that, David Emerson won as a Liberal, across the floor to the Conservatives. So which one of the 3 parties will win tonight? Keep in mind, Vancouver is filled with high hopes and high anxiety for all 3 parties. So that's a pitch for our viewers to stay tuned till late into the night.
This could be the election where BC makes the final decision, especially on minority versus majority. We'll find out. Wendy Mesley's watching Quebec, and that story's been fascinating through, especially since the debates, because there's been the appearance of real change in Quebec.
But nobody knows how it's going to land. It's a real cliffhanger, so be prepared for some fireworks in Quebec. Tonight, we could see the beginning of the end of the Bloc Québécois. We could see the further collapse of the once great dynasty of the Liberals there. And even Stephen Harper could lose his dream of forming a majority in Quebec. Or not, because there's such, and of course it's because the NDP vote is such a wild card. It could end up being divided and splitting among the Federalist parties and helping Stephen Harper. So let's look at 3 ridings that'll help tell the tale tonight. The first one here, Louis Saint Laurent. Can the Tories hold on to their beachhead in Quebec City? They have 9 or 10 seats in this region, with seats like José Verner's in Louis Saint Laurent. Also, can the Liberals hold on to their fortress in Montreal, with seats like Marc Garneau's, one of the big stars there? He's in Westmount and being challenged tonight. Can the BQ, it usually wins 45, sometimes even more than 50 seats out of 75 in Quebec. This time there's even speculation that Gilles Duceppe could lose his own seat. And of course, Peter, all of this uncertainty is due to the NDP. Right now, they hold only 1 seat out of 75 in Quebec. Everyone is expecting that to change. How? Who knows? All we know is that the future of the government, who's forming the government, could be at stake here, and perhaps even the sovereignty movement, as for the first time in decades, it's possible that a majority of Quebecers will once again vote for a Federalist Party.
All right, Wendy, thanks. So you love watching Quebec politics on the federal level. 30 years ago, the Liberals owned Quebec. Then the Tories owned Quebec. Then the Bloc owned Quebec.
There could be a new owner tonight.
A whole new chapter. Right. Thanks, Wendy. All right. Well, George Stroumboulopoulos, you know him. He stays up later than I do every night. I think later than most of us do every night. But you still have to get up pretty early in the morning to get ahead of him on the latest trends. He watched the election campaign to see how even old politicians tried to learn the new tricks of the online social media world. Some did well. Some not so well.
Well, Canada, here we are at the end of our 4th election campaign in just 7 years.
Canada votes one more time with feeling.
Now, by many accounts, this was the social media election. 16 million Canadians on Facebook and millions more using Twitter, YouTube, and the blogs. The interwebs definitely played a role. So with that in mind, our favorite social media moments from the campaign. First, to Twitter we go, and Jack Layton scoring some hashtag street cred.
That's been a hashtag fail.
Hashtag fail, by the way, the polar opposite of that other famous hashtag.
Winning.
Remember the brief but intense Twitter war between Stephen Harper and Michael Ignatieff over the idea of a one-on-one debate?
Anytime, any place.
To which Harper responded,
"Curiously, my team proposed 1-1 to TV consortium today. However, your team did not speak up."
100% actual audio, I'm told. Then there's YouTube. After playing the hip flip game with Canadian prankster Nardwuar, all Iggy had to do was sing 2 simple notes.
Thank you, Mr. Ignatieff, and doot-doot-a-loot-doo.
Doot-doot-a-loot-doo.
All right, try again.
Doot-doot-a-loot-doo.
Doot-doot-a-loot-doo.
Now, to be fair, Ignatieff did do something spontaneously.
Rise up! Rise up!
It kind of reminds me of someone. But whom? And from when? And then the YouTube mashup started. Cue the Parachute Club.
This is about our country!
Rise up, rise up. Rise up, rise up. But when it comes to using YouTube for good, you've got to go to the young people. These are University of Guelph students who used Facebook and Twitter to organize a vote mob. The idea of a vote mob spread across the country. Dozens of other campuses organized vote mobs, which is good, since only 37% of youth voted last time. Then there was the young woman who got tossed from a conservative rally, apparently because she had a photo with Michael Ignatieff on her Facebook page. Stephen Harper finally apologized.
If anybody is kept out of any of our events that's there to hear our message, we obviously apologize to them.
But I wonder what would happen if I were to, say, release a Facebook picture of Harper with a certain Quebec sovereigntist. By the way, let's check in on Ignatieff. How's he doing?
Doot-doot-a-loot-doo.
Doot-doot-a-loot. Oh, I see.
Now, not all web activity during the campaign was politically partisan. Take Vintage Voter. Call it the yearbook from hell for all the leaders. Vintage Voter took off through Facebook links and tweets, and all it is a bunch of old photos of politicians from the CCR era. That's not a joke. They actually look like they're in Creedence Clearwater Revival. So if cyberspace were the electorate, who wins the internet? More to the point, who wins a majority of the internet? And did social media really play a big role in this election? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Sometimes it just takes a while for new things to sink in.
Doot-doot-a-loot-doo.
Doot-doot.
Well, there's no doubt the online world has changed our world, but it's really changed the political world as well, and it's changed election nights. Amanda Lang is watching all that for us tonight in terms of what may happen online.
We are going to be following everything online, everything that you are up to out there. And of course, it did factor largely into the campaigns. It is running into an old election law, though. You can't tweet the results once the polls are closed in your region anywhere that they're still open. And immediately, once that was reminded to all tweeters, the hashtag tweet the results was born. A whole bunch of Canadians plan to do just that. And as you see this comment, if you don't want us to share the results, don't give them out till we can share them. Here's a question that came up. What if you is it illegal to communicate results you know are completely made up? And that's where things get a little bit interesting. Check out this one that we saw just a little while ago. Exit polls show NDP's strength in the Toronto suburbs has failed to materialize. Big Conservative margins. Anybody can see that. Is it true? We don't know. Why are the politicians, of course, paying attention to all of this, to you in this new way? Well, there's some pretty simple answers to that. Take a look at this. This is the number of people following the political parties on Twitter alone. Just for the Liberals, they grew by 100,000 followers over the course of the campaign. If you think that makes the Liberals look pretty good, I want to show you something from today. These are mentions online of the political leaders. It doesn't look so great for Michael Ignatieff there, just 8.7%, far behind both the Green Party and the NDP. We want to hear from you, particularly like to know what you're up to. Are you tweeting? What are you doing? What are you saying? You can get us here, yournews.cbc.ca, and online there's lots more. You can catch up with us at cbcnews.ca. Canada Votes, where we've been all election.
Let me go back to that issue about sending out results early. Technically, it's illegal, but nobody's ever been charged, have they?
There was one charge starting back in 2000. It can happen. Elections Canada tells me somebody has to complain about it for them to follow up. Will anybody complain? We don't know yet.
All right, Amanda Lang, she'll be with us all evening. Now, those of you who listen to a lot of CBC radio will probably know The Debaters. It's a program where two comedians go back and forth on a topic of interest. Heaven knows we've had English-French political conflict in this country, but not like this. Which language is better? Charlie Demers, an English Canadian, says French is better. Derek Seguin, a French Canadian, says English is better.
There's a reason why English people only learn je ne sais quoi, raison d'être. It's because they learn those few statements and they're like, forget this sucks, it's too hard.
We all know that the only reason, you say you hit on English girls. We know why you hit on English girls, Derek. It's so that you're competing, instead of with French guys, with English guys, which is like going from heavyweight to featherweight. And,
are you calling your English side a featherweight, Charlie?
We got changed together, I can affirm that, yes.
The gender thing, and you said the gender thing is hard. The gender thing is easy. It's just, first of all...
If it's so easy, how come you said mon raison d'être? It's ma raison d'être, you idiot.
I have to award an official point for that one.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. I would never question the Frenchness of a dude named Derek.
I want to know why. If you love French so much, Charlie, why don't you live with me in Brassard? Come back to Quebec if you love French so much.
I didn't say that. I said French is better than English. I didn't say French is better than drugs and girls in yoga pants.
Right. Is that what Vancouver's all about?
There's no...
Right.
And besides, French Canadians have made a serious contribution to life in Vancouver. We have some of the cleanest windshields in the country.
That's the bare knuckle round, everybody. Because of its precision, in past centuries, French was the dominant language of what international activity? Derek.
Surrendering?
English is the official language of what? Charlie.
Abstinence.
Methinks not.
Now, The Debaters will be coming to CBC television soon, so keep watching for it. As we count down the last few minutes before they crack open the ballot boxes and begin counting all those slips of paper, we can well imagine the tension that's building in the bones of politicians and political advisors in every party. But that's the point. We can only imagine it. We have two people who have lived it all, and they've been with us throughout the campaign. The insiders give us a sense of the political skullduggery. David Hurley was the campaign chair for Paul Martin. Jamie Watt was a key strategist for Ontario Premiers Mike Harris and Ernie Eves. I want to know what this moment of the day on Election Day is like, because you have to, at some point, I assume, go into your leader and say, you know what, this is what's going to happen. Be ready for it. Jamie.
Well, first of all, you should have got into your leader on Saturday or Sunday. You would have had a time with your own team, and you would have sat down and decided what you thought was going to happen. And you would have had a quiet moment and brought either the good news and talked to your leader about the importance of the mantle of leadership and they were going to assume in the country, or you were going to have to break the bad news to them. Truth is, you prepare two speeches, but you really only work on one.
Because you know which one it's going to have to be. Right. What do you remember of this, David?
Well, I've had to tell
Paul once that he was going to win. I got to tell Paul once he was going to win, and I had to tell him Paul Martin, and I had to tell him once that he was going to lose. And I know which one is easier to do. And as Jamie says, it doesn't come as a surprise particularly. But the one thing about political candidates at all levels is that they believe they're going to win. In their hearts, right to the end, they believe they're going to win. So when you're telling somebody that they're going to lose, that's really a tough conversation, and A, they're unlikely to believe you 100%, and second of all, it's really the end of a big dream for them, so it's a tough conversation.
All right, gentlemen, sit back, relax, strap yourselves in, because it's going to be a heck of a night. You know, one of the things almost every Canadian agrees on is this: we're not Americans. Well, our friends at This Hour Has 22 Minutes look south of the border at the very loud, very in-your-face Tea Party, an imagined Canadian Tea Party. They also sent us a bit from outside the National Press Gallery dinner. Have a look. First, the Canadian Tea Party.
We have one of our first arrivals. This is the glamorous Elizabeth May. Right here. Come on over, Elizabeth May. Must be nice, Elizabeth, not to be last for something, hey?
It's nice to be invited at all.
You don't have to heckle when you go, Mr. Speaker, the man across the house is a lying fool, Mr. Now, why? Now, you're a lot gentler than, no offense.
Yeah, but I'm more gentle, but he's got more beautiful eyes than me.
Are we seeing magic happen across the red carpet here tonight?
A tear in my eye.
For the good of Canada, can you two guys do me a favor?
What?
Stop the fighting. Can you guys hug one out for me?
Sure.
Right. All right, we're good, Johnny.
Well, This Hour Has 22 Minutes will also be back next season on CBC television. Rex Murphy is another man with a unique view of politics. He'll be with us all night tonight, but before we put him to work inside, he went outside to reflect on one of the out-of-nowhere stories of this campaign, the emergence of the NDP, and how that's turning everything we thought we knew upside down.
Well, you know, I do recall, even as a student, and that goes back to deepest antiquity, or almost in the age of the pyramids, when I was on campus, the NDP were nothing but a shadow force. 3 or 4 strange people from the Stamp Club, and maybe one errant political science professor. It was that way for the longest time, despite a strong unionist presence in Newfoundland, and despite a genuine working class.
Just want to say hello to you.
Now, Jack Harris comes along. Jack is a really representative Newfoundland type. People like Jack. And so Jack took the edge off the exotic nature of the NDP. And Jack has played a fairly good role in familiarizing Newfoundlanders with the concept. Now that we got this NDP surge, it'll be very interesting to see whether Jack's familiarity and the NDP surge are enough to give it, for the first time, a real place in Newfoundland politics.
And Rex will be with us, as we said, throughout the evening. We're fond of calling them Canada's most watched political panel. And there's a reason for that. They are Canada's most watched political panel. Andrew Coyne, Chantal Hébert, and Alan Gregg. Okay, this is the night. We're finally there, so you can share with us what you really think is going to happen. Andrew.
I don't know. This is the wildest lead up to an election I can recall. There's literally every possibility from Conservative majority to an NDP minority. It's really going to come down to 2 things. One is, how real is that NDP surge, especially in Quebec? Do they actually show up to vote? And what happens in Ontario? Do the Tories get enough split votes going their way to get them over the hump? And those are the 2 big questions.
Chantal?
Quebec has been the big surprise in this campaign, and I think a lot of people are going to be watching to see what happens to the sovereignty movement if the Bloc Québécois goes down. It's the first time in decades that I've watched Francophone and Anglophone Quebecers actually pat themselves on the back and saying they were going to vote for change the same way.
You know, Alan, you've been looking at political numbers and party numbers and polling numbers for elections back to the mid-70s. This seems to be one of the first ones where nobody's really clear about what's going to happen, and often you have been clear.
No, I think everyone knows kind of more or less what the popular vote's going to be. Everyone knows that the Bloc is going to lose seats, the Liberals are going to lose seats, the NDP are going to gain seats. But you look at them, you really can't tell, as Andrew said, what scenario is going to transpire. There's everything there from a small Conservative majority to a reduced minority. It's going to be those breaks, and they're largely going to be in Ontario The other question that Chantal alludes to is that there is a possibility, not necessarily a probability, but a possibility for an NDP sweep in Quebec. We could see 50, 60 seats.
Well, we seem to have covered every possibility here of what might happen. And that makes the whole evening that much more fun. We just simply don't know what's going to happen. Nobody's sitting here with the magic answer to all that. Looking forward to hearing you throughout the evening. Whenever we see a particular issue pop up, we're going to be at issue with the three of you. So thanks for that. Andrew, Chantal, and Alan. Now, the last word on any election night goes to you, of course. And we're just a few minutes away from hearing what you have to say. But first, a bit of that other Canadian pastime, especially around this time of year. Two guys from Hockey Night in Canada who need no introduction.
Great job at the wedding, Peter. You did a great job.
Terrific. You know, Don, watched the whole thing like you did. Got up early in the morning, and the one thing I noticed was the Canada Votes promo's terrific.
For everything you need to know on election night, turn to Peter Mansbridge and the CBC News team. CBC News Canada Votes begins 30 minutes before polls close.
Hey, you're going to learn a lot at that deli.
I know, he looked actually bored with the chef. But you know, Peter, what really struck me watching that was we're on so many platforms with Twitter and the internet, social media, and you will be presenting the details of this election by telegraph, I'm guessing. Just to look at the video one more time, and based on Peter's typing skills, I'm guessing we should have the results by Wednesday at the latest.
Hey, don't make fun of Peter. Hey, I think he does a great job there. Yeah. But listen, you people out there, if you want to know somebody that really knows what's going on and you want to know how to vote, listen, Newfoundlander Rex Murphy.
Don't mock Don Cherry. You are not worthy to unloose the great man's collar studs. Cherry has got more standing with the majority of Canadian citizens and more connection with their lives from his few minutes on Coach's Corner than 3/4 of every debate we've had in the Commons for the last decade. Can there be such a thing as an Order of Canada that doesn't have Don Cherry in it? My Order of Canada includes Don Cherry.
What a guy! What a guy!
25 years I've been at the Corp, Don, and I've also had the honor of being a part of some of the iconic broadcasts like the Royal Canadian Air Farce and an appearance on Kosher's Corner.
You are sounding like that dummy Ron MacLean.
Ron MacLean knows hockey. The man's a saint.
A saint is a Dumbo, Ron MacLean. He knows nothing. He's a schmuck, he's a schmo, he's a schlemiel. Oh. Hello? It's Ron MacLean. I was just talking about you.
I know.
That guy knows you.
He does. Roger Abbott. God love you, Roger, and a dear friend of Peter Mansbridge's. As you know, Peter, we'll be here tomorrow night for the Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll resume in Nashville. It's the Air Farce Studios. They dubbed it in honor of the iconic Canadian comic troupe, and we'll go right back to another wonderful tradition, our election coverage, Peter.
All right, Ron, thanks very much. Here's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Don Cherry and Rex Murphy are one and the same person, and that's why they're continually saying such wonderful things about each other. Do want to thank everybody from the other programs at the CBC who have been helping us out throughout this, what we're calling a pregame show, to keep the sports metaphor, as we prepare the country for the election results that you, the voters, have come up with. Okay, the clock runs down, and we're ready to track history on the run. We'll find out what you all did in 308 ridings right across this country. Who's going to Parliament? Who's going back home? Who we've chosen to look after our health, our wealth, our safety, our national image. It's election night on CBC. Well, for the first time in almost a quarter of a century, the Conservative Party comes out of Atlantic Canada leading in both seats and votes. It's a stunning development on election night 2011. And what could it mean for the future? Well, that's just based on 32 seats. There you have the totals right now: 14 for the Conservatives, 11 for the Liberals, 8 for the NDP. That's actually 33 because it adds 1 Quebec seat that's in the Atlantic Canada time zone. But this is great news for the Conservatives. They pick up 3 seats in Atlantic Canada, more than they had the last time. They need 9 extra seats to form a majority government. But here's the hint of the other story that's to come. That 1 seat in Quebec that's reporting is in the middle of the St. Lawrence. It's a couple of islands, Ile de la Madeleine, and it's going NDP at the moment. It hasn't been decided yet, but the NDP are in the lead. Is that the first significant hint that things are about to change in Quebec and change in a big way in favor of the NDP? Let's break down the numbers as we have them right now to give you an indication of what happened in Atlantic Canada. This is the share of the vote. The Conservatives, as we said, this is a big news for them. They're well ahead in terms of the share of the vote. They're up 7 percentage points. The NDP are in second place at 30. All this has been happening at the expense of the Liberal Party. They're down under 30%. The Greens, not a factor in Atlantic Canada. Here is the story in terms of vote change. You've got the Conservatives up nearly 7 percentage points, so the hit that both the Greens and the Liberals are taking, the majority of it has gone so far to the Conservative Party. The NDP is doing okay. They're up 3.5 percentage points and a couple of seats, but it's not the big orange surge in Atlantic Canada that some people had expected. Here's how that's translated into the change in seats. For the Conservatives, they're up 3 seats in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals are down 6. The NDP are up 3. So all that is good news for the Conservatives and for the Liberals. Let's look at some of the winners in so far tonight in Atlantic Canada. Here you have the Defence Minister, Peter MacKay, winning handily in the riding of Central Nova. There had been some rumors that he might be in trouble. He got a 12,000 vote lead there, so it couldn't have been too much trouble. Here's a face familiar from the past, from the Mulrooney days. Bernard Valcourt, a former cabinet minister for Brian Mulrooney, elected tonight in the New Brunswick riding of Madawaska-Restigouche. So that is one of the pluses for the Tories tonight. Here's one of the NDP pickups tonight. Ryan Cleary wins in Newfoundland, St. John South Mount Pearl. That's a gain over the Liberals from Siobhan Cody, who loses her seat tonight. And the other gain for the NDP tonight is in the Dartmouth-Cole Harbour riding, where Paul Savage, the Liberal, loses his seat to, or Mike Savage, sorry, loses his seat to Robert Chisholm of the NDP. So the NDP have got to be happy with their gains tonight, but at the moment, the Tories are very happy with theirs. Let's check in, though, with the NDP's Director of Communications, Kathleen Monk, who joins us from Toronto, where already NDP party supporters are gathering to hear the results. Kathleen, how do you feel about the results so far? There are obviously some pickups, not a big pickup in Atlantic Canada, but seat pickups nonetheless.
Well, we're excited, Peter. I have to tell you, the results that are coming in from Atlantic Canada are incredibly encouraging. Jack Layton's upstairs right now watching the results with his family, with Olivia and his granddaughter Beatrice, and he's feeling very encouraged, not only from the Atlantic results, but I would say what we're hearing in terms of polls and lineups in the rest of the country. Very happy tonight. Okay, because some people have been questioning the size of the orange surge, so-called, the NDP support, based on what they've seen in Atlantic Canada. But you still expect it to be as strong in Quebec, especially as some of the stories of the past few days have suggested? Certainly, I would look to the large number of polls that are going to be reporting in the next hour. I think Quebec, Ontario, there's going to be some interesting stories there. And as we move west throughout the rest of the night, we're expecting lots of good news. What about Ontario? Because so many people point to Ontario saying the Liberals are down, the NDP have gained from it, but it's going to be to the benefit of the Conservatives because of vote splitting. How worried are you about that? I'm not worried. I think that there's going to be some strong Ontario seats for us, and I think that when voters are choosing tonight is a leader who will stand up for them and their families. And I think what you hear tonight in the room behind me is a lot of excitement about the change that will be coming to Ottawa. All right, Kathleen Monk from the NDP. Thanks very much for your time tonight, Kathleen. Thanks, Peter. All right. Well, let's hear from a couple of other people tonight who have done well on the election front. Two of them, really. First of all, Peter MacKay, and then followed by Dominic LeBlanc of the Liberals. Here's Peter MacKay.
We think we've certainly made headway, forged a beachhead, if you will, in Atlantic Canada, picked up more seats, and we're hoping that we will get ever closer to that magic 155 number.
As we watch the results coming in from different parts of Atlantic Canada, it's clear that Canadians are sending the Liberal Party a message. It's a message that has meant that many hard-working members of Parliament, friends and colleagues of mine, have been defeated.
All right, Dominic LeBlanc being re-elected for the Liberals, Peter MacKay re-elected for the Conservative Party. In fact, all cabinet ministers in Atlantic Canada for the Conservatives have been re-elected tonight. So if they end up winning overall on the evening, one would assume that some of them will be going back into cabinet, and you can almost bet that Peter MacKay would be one of those. All right, let's check in on the early returns coming out of Quebec. There's just one so far, but it's interesting because it helps tell that story. Wendy Mesley is following the Quebec story for us tonight. Wendy.
It's quite amazing, Peter. I mean, if we're just getting hints of what's happening in the riding of Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, it reports early, and we should take a look at that quickly, because if this holds, we could be looking at a massive increase in the number of NDP seats in the province of Quebec tonight. We knew that his numbers were way up. People said that the vote would not turn out, but this is just an early glance, but it is, no one would have predicted this 6 months ago, even 6 weeks ago. Philip Toon is a notary. He did run before, but this is a BQ stronghold. If they are able to win this seat, you could be looking at 30, 40, 50 seats. We were hearing that tonight and saying, well, they don't have the machine. How could they possibly turn that around? This man has no office, had no phone, no staff, and he is leading. It's early, but he does appear to be ahead, and if that holds, then hang on to your hat in Quebec. Let's look at a couple of the other ridings that we will be watching tonight. Laurier, Ste. Marie, Gilles Duceppe, there are no results in yet tonight, but we are hearing that Gilles Duceppe, that his campaign was seen as so lackluster, and that people were so disappointed with his campaign that that they were very nervous that this seat could be in trouble. They brought in the machine, they brought in the army to make sure. Normally, no one has to knock on doors for Gilles Duceppe, but they sure have been this time. Another riding that we'll be watching is another famous face. There is Justin Trudeau. Last time it was seen that he was basically riding on Daddy's coattails, but he was elected. He beat Viviane Barbeau, a very popular BQ candidate. But this time he was out campaigning in other ridings, other parts of the country, maybe taking this vote for granted, and maybe he might have to pay for it tonight. We'll be watching that. And one more riding. This is in the area of Quebec City, where most of the Tories have their seats now. 9 of the 11 Conservative seats are in the Quebec City region. Sylvie Boucher, she staged that now infamous photo op where all of the Tory MPs wore those Nordique sweaters saying, hey, we're going to get millions from Stephen Harper because we voted Tory. But it didn't happen. So some people are thinking she could be in trouble tonight. And one last riding that we're going to look at tonight, and these are the first peek at how Quebec is voting tonight. There was never really much doubt about this tonight. Saint-Laurent, Cartierville, this is Stéphane Dion, the former leader's riding. If the Liberals were to lose this seat tonight, it would mean basically the end of the Liberal brand in Quebec. So very, very early results, except for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, where the results came in earlier. It looks as if the NDP has the Bloc Québécois candidate on the ropes. And just that, even if he doesn't win, just the fact that he's putting up such a fight is an indication that that vague orange may be quite intense in Quebec tonight. Peter.
All right, Wendy, thanks very much. You know, there's an irony in looking at Stéphane Dion leading in his riding. The Liberals have had such a problem in these last couple of weeks of the campaign. The early indications out of Atlantic Canada, it's not going to be a good night for them. We'll see how things play out, but Stéphane Dion in the lead in his riding, expected to win no matter what else is happening in the province of Quebec. You never know for sure how these things are going to play out, but he was so ridiculed after his campaign 2.5 years ago there he may be at the end of the evening, at least one of the Liberals being returned to power after today's election. The overall numbers, Wendy said strap yourself in and get ready for some wild action in the next little while, and she's quite right, because all these ridings, 238 of them from Quebec right through to Alberta and a couple up north, start to report now. So these numbers are going to change very quickly at the bottom of your screen, and you'll see them start shooting up. The Conservatives leading are elected in 21 now overall for the country. The Liberals 15, the NDP 10. At this point, it's still a very close three-way race. Anything could happen. Let's see how it plays out. Let's go back to Montreal, because if there's a flip side to the advancement of the NDP in Quebec, it's the fact that the Bloc Québécois could be in serious trouble. And Lynn Robson has been covering Gilles Duceppe and the Bloc force in the campaign. Give us a hint of what things are like there tonight around Bloc headquarters, Lynn.
Well, the mood around Bloc headquarters is pretty somber. Pretty much everybody has stayed away except for the media. There are very, very few people in an extremely small headquarters for a leader, I have to say. But, you know, the interesting thing we're looking at is that riding in the Gaspésie, the first one that has reported. Philip Toon for the NDP, who is ahead right now, it's still a very tight race there, is a fellow who ran in 2004 for the NDP in the same riding, and he got 2% of the vote. Now he's in a very tight race with the Conservative candidate, who is a mayor of Passepébiac, a small town in the region, a teacher there, and against the Bloc Québécois. It's Daniel Côté for the Bloc, and he was the political aide to the former MP who quit 3 days before this election was called, but a fellow who certainly knows the riding very well. So just the fact that a guy who had no campaign office, no campaign organization whatsoever, is able to even be completely competitive with these two much better organized campaigns says something about the voters, at least in the Gaspésie Île-des-Madeleine, which is a riding that has a tendency to take some chances. It does swing quite dramatically from time to time. We'll see if this is one of those times, but it's going to be excitement over at the NDP headquarters. And when the numbers started coming in here, showing the Bloc first in the lead and then not in the lead, the reaction was pretty predictable, and I think it's going to be pretty calm down here for the evening.
All right, Lynn, thanks very much. Well, at the moment, the Bloc aren't even on the board anywhere of the ridings reporting so far. There haven't been many of them reporting out of the province of Quebec, but in all cases where the Bloc had been holding seats, they are losing right now, and they're losing to the NDP. So overall, 25, 19, 16, 75 seats at stake in Quebec, 106 seats at stake in Ontario. And Diana Swain is watching the Ontario story for us tonight. What can you tell us so far?
I can tell you about 15 ridings are starting to report some results, but they're very, very early. We're looking at one poll, two polls, some places where 10 votes have been counted. Nonetheless, let's show you who's reporting so far tonight. And we can start in Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. It's Carol Hughes for the NDP in the lead for the moment. She won this for the first time in 2008. The NDP had high hopes. There was some targeting from the Conservatives, though. They were going to go after the NDP over the gun registry. So we will take a look at what happens in this riding. Let's take a look at some others that we are seeing reporting. Again, very early, but it's Markham Unionville and John McCallum, who's a finance minister with Paul Martin, finance critic ever since. In second place at the moment, lead for only 20, though, for Bob Soroya. So we'll keep an eye on this one, but it could be interesting. Other results that we're seeing in this very early going in Ontario include Prince Edward Hastings, where we see that Daryl Cramp, who is the incumbent in this riding, is in the early lead. But if you take a look, that's with 8 votes. So
total of 8 votes.
No one's doing anything in terms of celebrating anywhere there. Let's take a look at another riding so far.
Not a big turnout on that poll.
Not yet. St. Catharines, and we see that Rick Dykstra, also the incumbent here for the Conservatives, in the early lead. But again, the caution, Peter, as always, when it's so early and you've got one of 250 polls reporting, that could be where he lives, and all of his neighbors have just reported their votes first, and that's why he's in the lead. You never really know so early on. But these are some of the ridings that we're seeing reporting in Ontario. It's going to get crazy in the next few minutes.
All right, it will get crazy, and we're going to watch because they're showing us some pictures now from Michael Ignatieff's headquarters. There he is watching the results as they start to come in. This is tape, it's not live. It was taken a few minutes ago when the cameras were allowed in to watch Michael Ignatieff. He has been described and has described himself as being absolutely serene about the situation in these last few days of the campaign, and he's prepared to accept whatever the result is. So far, the numbers at the bottom of your screen actually don't look too bad for the Liberals. They're showing leading or elected in a total of 20, but they did not do well in Atlantic Canada. They lost a lot of seats there, and this is expected to continue a trend through other parts of the country. But you never know until you actually count the votes. That's why they do things like elections. So we have to count them and then have a look and see what happens. So the Conservatives 30, the Liberals 20, the NDP 18, the Bloc now on the board with 2. You're right. I mean, the numbers, Diana, are so small at this particular point. In fact, the first poll was reported out of Michael Ignatieff's riding, and it shows him trailing. It shows Tony Clement trailing in his riding. North of Toronto, the Tory cabinet minister.
But
well,
Etobicoke Lakeshore, you know, there's this philosophy of the self-fulfilling prophecy that there was so much chatter and conversation about a Liberal collapse that it was going to hurt Michael Ignatieff in his own riding. It would people go, well, if they're not going to do well, maybe I should throw my vote somewhere else. Right. So all the parties are in fact watching what happens in that riding tonight. And as you can see, they've already got some first numbers, and it shows Michael Ignatieff trailing. Again, the caution that we've been giving throughout the night when we see these early polls, 1 of 279. Not a lot of votes counted. There'll be thousands and thousands more to be counted there. But for the moment, it's Bernard Trottier for the Conservatives in the lead. Both he and Michael Erickson, running for the NDP, have never run for public office before. And usually you don't run a very strong candidate against a leader because it's a figure to wash. But not when a campaign develops as this one has. And people will be watching that with keen interest tonight. And the other thing they're going to be watching is that what we call the mini bar, the graphic of the party total numbers at near the bottom of your screen. And for the first time tonight, we're showing the NDP in second place, tied with the Liberals at the moment, at both at 21, as the numbers change, and they will change dramatically over this next little while. All right, Diana, thanks very much. Let's head over towards Amanda Lang, who is watching the well, she's watching a lot of things for us tonight, but mainly watching online because there's been some dramatic stuff going on tonight about complaints about the movement of voting information across the country. What have you picked up for us now?
Well, we're watching a whole lot of things, as you say, people tweeting illegally. We're also, of course, watching possibly some broadcasting errors, but I want to show you this because polls have played a huge role in how this election campaign unfolded. You're looking at 308.com. It's an aggregation of all of the polls it could get its hands on, including online information. So it's the broadest poll we can find. And because we have Atlantic Canada, it's a good time to check in and say, are they getting it right? As you can see, they predicted strength for the Conservative Party, 32.6, and stronger for the NDP, 31, than the Libs at 30. What really happened? Well, the Conservatives walloped that 32.6. They came in closer to 38% in the popular vote. And unlike this one, actually, we got a neck and neck, of course, 29% for both the Liberals and the NDP in Atlantic Canada. So far, this has been a misread, which is actually in keeping with what you've all been talking about. More strength for the Conservatives than perhaps had been anticipated, not as strong perhaps for the NDP. How this plays out across the country remains to be seen, but so far it's an interesting read. You know as well as I, Peter, that one of the questions is going to be which pollster got it right. Who was the closest? Yeah, well, the pollsters love to have that discussion and that debate, and they will, I'm sure. Again, a couple of things we should let you know of right now, because we just mentioned how Michael Ignatieff was trailing in his riding. He's now ahead. Tony Clement was trailing in his riding on the early going. He's now ahead. But this is the dangers of trying to interpret too much out of the numbers in the first couple of polls that start to get reported. That was the issue there, but we'll watch this. They're still early in all of these. Right now, the Tory numbers, the Conservative numbers, starting to move up fairly quickly. Don't forget, it's not just Quebec and Ontario, but it's the prairies right through to Alberta, and there's a lot of strong Conservative territory there, and so these numbers in that area of the province or in the country certainly are going to start showing good things for the Conservatives. They're already at 60, as you see that number, leading or elected for the Conservatives. The NDP now alone in second place at 26, the Liberals at 23, the Bloc showing 3 seats so far in Quebec.
they are losing seats to the NDP in the early counting in the province of Quebec. Let's check in with Ian Hannamansing, who's watching the prairies and especially Alberta. What are you getting there, Ian?
Well, Peter, in Alberta, early results, of course, because they too have just started counting the votes, but those ridings already are Conservatives in the lead, and in most of those cases, we can probably expect that will continue that way. So, for example, if you look at Fort McMurray, Athabasca, Medicine Hat, first of all, you won't be surprised to see that the Tory candidate is in first place. Now, keep in mind, every single seat but one last time around was won by the Conservatives in Alberta. Fort McMurray, Athabasca, there you go, the same kind of result. I want to quickly show you a couple of ridings, though, where there might be a little bit of drama in Alberta tonight. First of all, Edmonton Strathcona. This was a riding last time around, that one riding not won by the Conservatives in Alberta, and there we had Linda Duncan defeating Raheem Jaffer, so we'll be watching that one closely. Can the NDP hold on to that? And perhaps the biggest challenge for the Conservatives in some ridings is another Conservative, or at least a small C Conservative, and here we have an independent, James Ford, who did very well last time, placing second to Tim Uppal by about 1,700 votes. In Alberta, that translates to being pretty close to a Conservative MP, and we'll see, Peter, what happens in that riding tonight.
All right, Ian, thanks very much. Okay, overall, the numbers, you see them there. The Conservatives at 70, the NDP at 29, the Liberals at 26, the Bloc Québécois at 4. Now, when you look at that Conservative number in C70, you say, well, they're clearly doing extremely well tonight. These are early results, but clearly those numbers would seem to point us in the direction that the Conservatives will be heading towards re-election as government. If that happens, not too many people are going to be surprised. That's more or less been the guess all along the last little while. The big question is, will it be a minority or a majority? There's Jack Layton and Olivia Chow watching results coming in tonight. And this, once again, is tape like the Ignatieff tape from earlier, watching the results. They're excited, obviously, about some of the news coming out of Quebec. They're already at 30 seats, leading or elected. Remember, their overall big number before was 43 back in 1988 under the leadership of Ed Broadbent. Can they surpass that number? Most people think if that is really happening in Quebec, passing 43 is not going to be in any way a difficult task. But right now, they're at 30. Let's check in with Rosemary Barton, who has been covering the NDP campaign throughout the last little while. She joins us now from the NDP campaign headquarters tonight, where Jack Layton will be speaking a little later on. What's the mood there, Rosie?
Pretty excited, and that's been the story of this campaign. Although, I should say, as someone that started the campaign with Jack Layton and ended with him, it has been almost the tale of two different campaigns. The first week, there were small rallies, not a lot of people there, half-empty rooms. Jack Layton didn't seem to have all the energy that he normally had, that he had back in 2008. And then it was like a light bulb went off somewhere inside him, and Canadians started listening to him in a way that they hadn't before. And suddenly, the rallies were overflowing. It was hundreds and thousands of people in places where we didn't expect to see a big turnout, places like Saskatoon, where the NDP does not hold any seats, places like Kingston, which was not even on the radar for the NDP in any way. And Jack Layton really became a huge, I mean, we've always known that his leadership numbers have been very high. But this is a guy who's been around for a long time, who's promised much the same thing from the beginning when he became leader. For some reason, now Canadians have decided to start listening to him. And you can think that maybe something happened during the debate. You can think that maybe something happened during the course of the campaign. But the NDP believes that this is proof that they have been working on this plan since 2003. And they think that it is going to be a huge night for them, and all indications certainly point to that.
Okay, Rosie, thanks very much. We'll be back to you as the developments warrant. For right now, for the NDP, they're in second place on the night. The fight for opposition, obviously, is one that's going to be very interesting. It's tight at the moment. The NDP and the Liberals fighting it out for second place. The Conservatives are well ahead by almost 50 seats right now, leading or elected. Let's check in with Rex Murphy and see what he has to say about what we've witnessed so far, sir.
Well, I think that you can start to draw some tentative conclusions. I think that to use a trendy term here, that the narrative we were pursuing for 4, 5, 6 days before this election was probably a little over-dramatized. I know we don't have the results, but it isn't in those really stark terms that people have been talking about. The second thing is the Liberal Party. We're speaking a lot about the NDP and the surge, and so we should. It is a brand new development, but let's not lose sight that the greatest governing machine that this side of the water has ever known is running into some really sad territory. They might be the third, and this is starting to dawn, I think, as these numbers come in, even though the story is not as dramatic as I expected. Nonetheless, the Liberals may be shifting to third place, and that's a really, really big deal.
All right. Thanks, Rex.
No, thank you,
Rex
sir.
Murphy. Let me go over again the numbers as we see them right now, because these are pretty dramatic figures that we're looking at as the Conservatives march towards yet another government. They're at 94 right now. The NDP at 43, that's the number that was their past high in 1988 with Ed Broadbent. Once they start moving beyond that and those leadings start to turn into electeds, they will have set new territory for themselves. The Liberals down at 32, starting to fade back now into third place. The Conservatives about to, well, at 98, 99, any moment now, they could be over 100. So that's the way we have it right now. 97 for the Conservatives, 44 for the NDP, and they're back to 43. As you see, they'll be jumping around as the figures keep coming in. Now, for many of you watching on CBC television in Quebec and Points West, we're going to give you a chance to go a little deeper on your local results right now. We'll continue on CBC News Network, and we'll all be back together again in just 3 minutes' time. So we'll see you in a moment.
Thank you, Peter. I'm Anne-Marie Meadoway.
And I'm Dwight Drummond. Just a half an hour since the polls have closed. Early results in right now.
So we'll bring you some of them. So far, a lot of Liberal incumbents falling behind. It is early going. All of the polls in our region reporting now at less than 5%. But let's take a look at some of the results. Eglinton Lawrence, Conservatives' Joe Oliver is leading the incumbent, Liberal Joe Volpe. Now, Joe Volpe has held this seat since 1988. This is a rematch between the two Joes. Now we're going to throw it over to Dwight for some more results.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. In Etobicoke North, NDP Diana Andrews leading Liberal incumbent Christy Duncan right now. In Etobicoke Lakeshore, Conservative Bernard Trottier leading the Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff, but that is just switching over right now. York Centre, Conservative Mark Adler leading incumbent there, Ken Dryden. We expected that one to be a tight race. Trinity Spadina right now, Liberal Christine Innes is leading the Liberal incumbent Olivia Chow. Go back to York Centre for a moment. This is Mississauga-Streetsville we're looking at here on the map right now. Back to York Centre, actually. Conservative Mark Adler leading right now with 49% of the vote. Ken Dryden just has 20% of the vote right there. We expected this one to be a tight race because the Conservatives really targeted this riding, trying to take. Next up, we'll go to Mississauga-Streetsville. Conservative Brad Butt leading Liberal Bonnie Crombie right now. 43% of the vote for Butt, 32% for Crombie. This was supposed to be a safe seat at the beginning of this election, not turning out that way right now. York Southwestern incumbent Alan Tonks, used to be the mayor of York out there, is leading NDPer Mike Sullivan in that area. We expected Tonks to come out there. It's staying true to that right now. He has a lead of about 29 right now, but it's still early results. We have more results coming in. Let's take a look at what else is happening in Toronto Centre right now. Liberal Bob Ray up with 42% of the vote, down to 27% for Susan Wallace. Let's head back over to Anne-Marie.
All right, thanks, Dwight. And again, early results, less than 5% reporting. But in Vaughan, incumbent Conservative Julian Fantino, of course, a star candidate for the Conservatives there, is leading Liberal Mario Ferry. We got to take you over to Oshawa. Take a look at the map here. Conservative Colin Carey right now leading Chris Buckley. Again, this was a close race and one that we're going to keep an eye on so far. Leading again, Conservative Colin Carey. Let's take you over to Davenport. Actually, this is York Southwestern. NDP candidate pulling ahead there, Mike Sullivan. And over in Davenport, the NDP candidate, Andrew Cash, is right now pulled ahead of everyone, including Green Party member Wayne Scott. And again, this was supposed to be a strength for the Green Party, so we'll keep an eye on all of these And we'll bring you more results from Toronto and the GTA in just a few moments. Remember, head to our website, cbcnews.ca/Canada Votes for all our results. Peter.
And good evening to those of you in British Columbia who have joined us at this point as your polls close with the news that the Conservatives will form the next government in Canada. Still at play, minority or majority. And when you look at those numbers, it looks pretty clear that the NDP is heading towards what everybody has been assuming in this past week, which is a second place finish. That puts the NDP for the first time in the history of this country in the official opposition position. The Liberals, for the first time in their history, the history of Canada, will not be either first or second. At this moment, they're well back in third place. Now, these have not all been finalized yet, but nevertheless, there are many ridings that show the clear indication that the Conservatives are doing extremely well, heading towards the potential of a majority government. Right now, they're at 133 seats. 155 is what's needed for a majority. Let's have a look at some numbers here to give you an indication of how this is playing out. For the Conservatives, it's a great night at 40% of the share of the vote that has been counted so far. That's not a final number. It's where we're at right now. Sorry, 38.2% of the vote counted so far. They're trying to get to that bar at 40%, which is the generally accepted figure for a majority government. Don't have to get there. 38.2 may be enough. It's certainly doing them no harm right now as they march very effectively towards 155. The NDP at about 30%, the Liberals down under 28% right now. The Greens really not a significant factor. Let's move from the share of the vote to a sense of the vote change. This is where the difference has been. The Conservatives are doing their fairly effective seat count based on more or less the same vote so far that they had last time. They're only up less than half of 1 percentage point. Look at the NDP. This is mainly based in Quebec. They're up almost 12 percentage points. The Liberals are... something doesn't look right about this. Yeah, they're up a bit. It's the Bloc who's down, right? That's right, exactly. The Liberals are up a little bit in their vote count, way down in their seat count. The Greens down, and the Bloc Québécois are getting hammered in Quebec so far tonight. Let's move from vote change to seat change, because this will tell you the story in terms of how well the Conservatives are doing. Right now, they're at plus 22 on the evening. They only need to be at plus 9 to get a majority government. So they're heading very firmly in that direction, because these at the moment are not elected. They're just leading in these ridings. But still, they've got to be very happy looking at that. The NDP up 46 seats, leading or elected. That gives you those overall numbers, a 133 for the Conservatives, 69 for the NDP, 26 for the Liberals, and four, count them only, for the Bloc Québécois. But at this moment, the story is the Conservatives doing extremely well right across the country, with the exception possibly of Quebec. We'll break that down for you in a moment. But in fact, at the moment, they're holding their seats in Quebec, so they're doing well everywhere. Not gains in Quebec, but certainly holding. Evan Solomon is going to try to answer this question about majority for us by analyzing the numbers. Go ahead, Evan.
Well, Peter, we know now projecting a Conservative government, but as you say, the question now is majority or minority. And then let's just look at exactly how this is playing out. Right now, leading and elected in 132. Now, this is the key here. Remember, they only needed this plus 9. And look at that. Now, this hold, these are previous ridings they held, but we haven't even heard from these yet. And look at that, they're over by 11 from what they need. So that's looks like they're well on their way to that. And here's a riding that may really illustrate that. We haven't heard from ridings in British Columbia yet, but let me show you a riding like this. This is Vancouver South. This is a riding where, of course, Ujjal Dosanjh was the Liberal incumbent. We haven't heard from a riding from Vancouver South, but look, the Conservatives are already above what they needed, 11 above that +9. So, you know, is it conceivable that they can win other ridings if they're overperforming? And as you talked about, they're not performing necessarily much in the popular vote, but their vote is very efficient. They could win that one. I'll give you one riding where it looks like they're doing well, and this is in the 416, and these are the ridings that they were looking at. Eglinton Lawrence, this used to be what they called Fortress Liberal, and again, only 5 of 211 polls showing, but again, the Liberal incumbent, Joe Volpe, losing to the Conservative there. It's not even necessarily a vote split. That is a riding that they had their eye on, and it looks like it's going their way. So across the country, as we look to see if it's a majority or minority, they are well on their way. It's not a very steep hill now to climb towards that majority. Peter.
All right, Evan, thanks very much. Joe Volpe's seat, one of the 106 in Ontario, where if the Tories are going to win that majority, vote splits have to work in their favor. Let's get a little more detail on whether or not that's happening from Diana Swain. Diana.
It's happening all right. This is not a good night so far for the Liberal Party in Ontario because they're trailing in a number of seats, and seats where high-profile names are running. None more high-profile than their leader, Michael Ignatieff. In his seat, Etobicoke Lakeshore right now, what you rarely ever see in a leader's seat, a three-way race, and that's what we have unfolding. Michael Ignatieff is in the lead, but if you take a look at the numbers, he's got 175 votes to his name, and Michael Trottier right behind him, 174, Michael Erickson with 147. This has been going back and forth. In fact, Michael Ignatieff snuck into the front spot there, Peter, just in the last couple of minutes. So this will clearly be one to watch, but it's one of many where the Liberals have to be a little bit concerned about the way the vote counting is going so far. Let's take a look at some others. First of all, Ajax Pickering, Mark Holland, one of the better known Liberal MPs and a real thorn in the side of the Conservatives. They targeted this riding largely because they don't like him, because he's in their face all the time. They're running Chris Alexander. He's never run for office before, but he's a diplomat, and they really had strong feelings about his ability to take this riding. And right now we see that he's actually got a pretty sizable lead of about 300 votes. That's with only 16 polls reporting. It's always curious to see where they're coming from, so we'll watch that. Another riding we've got our eye on right now is this one, Brampton-Springdale. We've talked about this. Ruby Dalla at this point sitting in third place, but again, very tight between the first, second, and third challenger. Parm Gill, though, is, however, in the lead for the Conservatives here, just with 2 polls in, though, so we'll keep an eye on that. Another riding, Eglinton Lawrence. Joe Volpe has been an MP since 1988. I'm not sure, Peter, if that makes him the longest-serving MP right now, but he'd certainly be one of them if not. Joe Oliver ran against him last time and lost, but right now Joe Oliver is in the lead. And look at the difference. 426 votes for him. It gives him a lead of over 200. If this holds, this is not a good night for the Liberals in Ontario.
All right. You know, as you whip through those numbers, it's very clear from looking at those individual ridings that it's still so early in the evening.
Right.
Because people must be looking at the overall numbers and saying 133, it's still early, there's still lots of ridings to come, what are you holding back for in terms of calling majority? Well, that seems to be the direction this is heading in. However, so many ridings are still so close. To give you an indication, here's a selection of ridings we say fall into the too close to call category. And there are lots and lots of them. In fact, there are close to 100 ridings where the lead is less than 50 votes. This is some of them where the leads are so small, 1, 2, 2, 7, right. 7. So this is why, you know, we haven't pushed the button on this yet. It's pretty clear, and that's just a start. I mean, it goes on and on. Look at all these that are under 10 votes. You know, you're not going to declare anybody elected with any indication that the votes are that small. Lac Saint Louis, the list goes on. Shefford there as well. All within 10, so that's an indication. All right, Diana, thanks very much. Let's hear from the At Issue gang. Andrew, Alan, and Chantel are here. When you look at the numbers like that, I mean, It really is quite something to see. The NDP at 83 leading or elected. You wonder, veteran journalists and observers and analysts like you, whether you ever thought you'd see the day that the NDP would be positioned that high on a national number. Alan?
No, of course not. I certainly never imagined the NDP winning 50, 60 seats in the province of Quebec, which it looks like they're going to do. But their very success is going to lead to a strong Conservative government, probably a majority, the way it looks right now. You're seeing in Ontario, just as an example, that the NDP have picked up about 3 times more votes than the Conservatives have, yet the Conservatives have picked up about 3 times more seats than the New Democrats have. This is because this is the way these splits are working that we talked about earlier, that basically in ridings where the Liberals go from first to third, and the NDP go from third to second, and the Conservatives don't even have to move, and they win the seat. And that's what's happening, and it's going to propel them to a big government again.
In fact, they can end up winning seats with less votes than they had the last time.
And that's what's happening in the Greater Toronto area right now.
I think it was, Chantal, it was 3 weeks ago when you first hinted to us that something was going on in the province of Quebec, and it was to the benefit of the NDP, and it could be staggering. So you must be sitting there with the
I can only imagine how Pauline Marois and Gilles Duceppe, looking at those numbers, 7 Bloc members leading, that's the social creditization of the Bloc Québécois being reduced to a really minor rump. And if the numbers stay like that, how do you come back from that? At 6 in the province, they could actually be the last in the province if the Liberals hang on to their Anglo-Montreal seats. And then you look at the Liberals coming out of Atlantic Canada. So from Quebec to British Columbia, they are leading in less than 20 seats. And that is also of a magnitude that I don't think any of us had ever imagined. That the party, as you know, almost half of its elected caucus at this point in Atlantic Canada and across the rest of this land, they seem to be going down really quickly.
All right, Andrew, I want your thoughts here in just a sec, but we do want to make this official from our point of view now. We've been suggesting it for the last little while, that the NDP would finish second based on those numbers. We've seen enough now, even with those very small leads, to say that Jack Layton, making history tonight, the first NDP leader to be the official opposition leader. They'll be number 2 in the House of Commons behind the Conservatives, but it will be Jack Layton's opposition when they return to Parliament, whenever that may be. So for NDP supporters down in Toronto, it's a happy night for them, and you can see them cheering as they see the news on their board that the Conservatives are going to win tonight, but it's the NDP that will place second. They come from 4th to 2nd in one night after an extremely successful campaign. Okay, Andrew, can you hold on just one second? I want to quickly go down. Rosemary Barton has Brian Topp with her, longtime NDP organizer up at the senior strategic levels. Rosie, take it away.
Well, and Brian Topp, of course, the manager of the last campaign in 2008 where the NDP had such big goals and they didn't come through. Very different story here tonight, Brian. First of all, your reaction to these giant numbers and the fact that the NDP is going to form the official opposition.
That's pretty fabulous. What else can you say? It's a wonderful result. You know, people have been working for that result for a long time. People have been working in the CCF and the NDP and the farmer labor for 100 years. To finally knock on the door of Parliament like that, it's wonderful to see it tonight. Really fun.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Quebec, because that has been so key in those numbers we're seeing here tonight. Why do you think Quebecers woke up to what the NDP was offering this time round?
I think Quebecers were the first of many Canadians to say, you know what, it's time for a change. It's time to break the mold. Let's try to do something new. And I think also the Bloc Québécois, who had been representing the province for 20 years, were just past their best before date, and the province was ready for something new. And they liked that guy. They liked that Jack Layton, who instead of throwing mud pies at his opponents was saying, let's work together. And he was saying, let's be more positive.
Okay,
there are
some challenges ahead, though, for you. Not all of these candidates in Quebec and other places were real candidates, in that you never thought that they would get elected. They probably never thought that. We're talking about a pretty steep learning curve for an awful lot of people, starting, as early as tomorrow morning.
That's true, but you know what? Nobody's ever been born a cabinet minister. Everybody starts new, And what we have is a caucus made up of normal folks, of people, of some great people, some former cabinet ministers, lots of municipal people, and some ordinary people who are going to represent folks. And so Canadians will see themselves in that parliament. That's great. Yes, there's some bright new people. That's fabulous. But here's the big news about Quebec. For the first time in 20 years, a Federalist Party is going to be representing Quebec in Parliament, and that's great news for everybody. But what I need to do, the real challenge, is to live up to that, to be respectful of those folks, to speak for them, to work hard. It's going to be great.
Okay, Brian, I know you've been working a long time for this, so I know you're happy to see it here finally tonight. Thanks very much for
Wonderful.
your time.
Thank you.
Back to you, Peter.
All right, Rosemary, thanks very much. Andrew, we left you about to comment on this, staggering result for the NDP finishing second. We're monitoring, obviously, the Conservatives kind of stalled a bit now in the sort of mid-130s to the low 140s. See whether they march towards that 155 figure. But for the NDP, you're looking now at a caucus that suddenly never had more than one person in it from Quebec. Now is going to be dominated by Quebecers. More than, I think they're leading at 52 ridings now.
I haven't checked whether the woman who spent the campaign in Vegas was elected, but there'll be an interesting crew.
Well, maybe that is the strategy one should take.
It's the hide-and-go-seek strategy. You're looking at the destruction of one party, the Bloc, the near destruction, if not complete, of the Liberals, and a quite historic achievement for the Conservatives. I don't see how they don't get a majority at this point. They're running 4 or 5 points ahead of where the polls had them across the board. They're at 45% in Ontario. And if they do put this together, this is an entirely new governing coalition of the West and Ontario. There's never been a majority government in our history that was basically put together by just those two regions. And that's, I think, extraordinary. We were all looking at them being at 35, 40% nationally. What we weren't focusing on is they're at 45% plus Ontario West. And that's, there was always an instability in the Mulroney attempt to put together the West and Quebec. There were such incompatible values and interests of those MPs. The Ontario and the West MPs are much more of a standard kind of fiscally conservative nature. It looks to me like a much more durable type of coalition.
All right, you mentioned, I know Chantal, you want in. I just want to update you on this because I know you want to know this, Andrew. Here is the NDP candidate who would campaign from her position in Las Vegas, and guess what? She's winning.
By a lot.
by quite a bit. In the Quebec Berthier-Masconanger, she's leading at the moment. You wanted to make a quick comment there, Chantal.
The way this looks like a Jean Chrétien majority. A Jean Chrétien majority earned in Ontario on the splits on the right.
Right.
And a Conservative majority or a big win in Ontario earned on the splits in the opposition vote. And at that point, you don't need to get 40% to get a majority. You
He's at
can
40%
go lower.
now, actually.
Yes, but there will be things for the NDP once they finish rejoicing. And there will be things for the NDP and the Liberals to ponder about whether they want to wait another 4 years to see if they can kill each other some more.
Yeah. Okay, there are your overall numbers now in terms of the share of the vote. The Conservatives at 40, the NDP at 30, the Liberals down at 23.5, the Greens at 3, and as Andrew says, we're watching the near destruction of one of the great founding parties of this country. We had that term through it for it all the way through the 1900s, that it was Canada's natural governing party. It was one of Stephen Harper's great dreams that he could destroy that name, but it would never happen.
And they're going to be facing existential questions and divisions now. Do they support, do they try to go into a merger with the NDP? You're going to people on the right of the party are going to be horrified at that idea. There's a real danger that the party could just split apart after this.
Well, look at that NDP number now, with BC ridings starting to come in, but they may hit triple digits from their all-time high of 43. Quite something. Okay, we'll be back to the At Issue panel a bit. Let's check in the latest on the 106 seats in Ontario with Diana Swain.
Not a good night for the Liberals here, Peter. They are going to be looking long and hard at what happened in this province, because we'll show you the seat change as it stands right now. Leading and elected, this is how it breaks down, and it's just bad news, no matter how you spell it, for the Liberals. You'll see that the Conservatives at this point, leading or elected, in 70 seats, that's a gain of 18. The NDP up 6, but all of this comes at a cost to the Liberals, down 24 seats in a province that has 106. We talked about the Liberal rebuilding process that will have to come after this. It's going to have to come without some well-known Liberals if these numbers hold. For instance, Maria Minna, who has won in Beaches East York. This is a very nice part of Toronto down by the waterfront, and she has withstood challenges from the NDP in the past, but tonight she's really struggling with Matthew Kelway, who's running for the first time and is so far in the lead. Let's take a look at another riding where a well-known name is in trouble tonight for the Liberals, and it's Scarborough Centre, that we're going to go to next. And you'll see that John Canis, who has been the MP here since 1993, the better part of 20 years, is trailing, sitting in third place right now to Natalie Hunt for the NDP. They may pick up this seat. Let's show you one other one. This is a well-known name that I was mentioning. This is Parkdale High Park, and it's Gerard Kennedy, who ran for the Liberal federal leadership when Dion won. He's trailing right now to Peggy Nash. She's president of the NDP. She has held this riding, Peter. This was expected to be tight, but in the moment, she's already got over 200 votes in her favor against Gerard Kennedy. Lots of talk that they could lose that seat. So not a great night for the Liberals at all in Ontario right now.
Well, not at all anywhere from the look of things. A terrible night for the Liberals. They're sitting just over the 30-seat mark right now. The NDP, look at that, just under 100 at 98. The Conservatives still kind of frozen in that low 140 mark. It'll be interesting to see now whether or not they move up. They got to get it to 155 to win a majority government. We have not called that. There'll be lots of speculation here that they seem to be heading in that direction, but we have not made that call yet based on what we've seen and the fact that there are a lot of ridings that are still very close in different parts of the country. But we are forecasting that it will be another Conservative government and it will be an NDP opposition, with the NDP miles ahead of the Liberals for that. And look at that block number. After being such a dominant force in this country for most of the last 20 years, since 1993, the Bloc Québécois reduced now to 4 seats. There will be a lot of people outside of Quebec who are going to find that a very popular thing to their thinking. After last time around, they're almost at 50 seats, which has been more or less their number in the 40s to the low 50s for most of the last 20 years. This time, zap, just like that, most of those seats going over to the NDP. A couple of Tory seats in Quebec seem to be heading towards the NDP as well. Let's check the party leaders and their status tonight based on the results that we've seen so far. This is no surprise. Stephen Harper with an early and convincing lead in Calgary Southwest. He won by more than 20,000 votes last time. In the Toronto riding that's held by Michael Ignatieff, let's get the latest there. It's been back and forth all evening. Well, Jack Layton's leading in Michael Ignatieff's riding. No, this is Toronto Danforth, where Jack Layton, the easy winner tonight in Toronto Danforth, the new leader of the opposition. Now, let's look at Michael Ignatieff's riding. It is Etobicoke Lakeshore, where he's trailing. Early, 36 of 279 polls, but the Conservative candidate's got a lead of a couple of hundred over Michael Ignatieff right now. Obviously, it's not a good night for Michael Ignatieff in the big numbers. It may be not good night for him in the small ones either. How's Gilles Duceppe doing in Quebec? Well, his party is getting trounced, and so at this point is he. 10 of 221 polls reporting in Laurier-Sainte-Marie, and he is losing to the NDP. So there is your numbers and your status of the party leaders. We don't have anything on Elizabeth May yet, the Green Party leader, but we'll check in on that as well. There's been lots of talk in the last little while that she had a good shot of knocking off Gary Lunn, the Conservative cabinet minister. Let's go out to Calgary. The man who's organized the Conservative campaign is Guy Giorno. He's with Terry Milewski. Terry.
Well, Peter, I'm with a happy but not quite yet ecstatic Guy Giorno, the campaign chairman for the Conservatives. Mr. Giorno, good night, but not the best night yet. Do you think you're going to go over the top into a majority?
I think it's too early to say that. But the main thing, Terry, is that Stephen Harper began this campaign saying he was asking for Canadians to send him back to work so he could get back to the job of working on the economy, working on the economic action plan, and it looks like Canadians have sent him back to work.
What are you looking for in the next hour to tell you whether you're going to get that majority?
just more seats, obviously, as simple as that. But regardless of the number, whether it's before, above 155 or below 155, it's pretty clear that Canadians want Stephen Harper to go back to work leading the government of Canada and working on the economy. And regardless of the number of seats, he's going to do just that.
But
we're very happy.
But by his account, his whole campaign was about getting a majority. We've got to give me a majority. He said that every day of the campaign.
Terry, you got to remember that this is a campaign that Canadians didn't want. Stephen Harper didn't want that. His preference would have been to continue at work in the 40th Parliament, leading a minority government and working on the economy. We didn't call this election campaign. Mr. Ignatieff did. The voters are dealing with him. But if Mr. Harper had his way, he'd be at work right now in the 40th Parliament as a minority Prime Minister.
What's going to be the difference now that there seems to be a new opposition leader? How will that change the face of another Tory minority if that's what we get?
Well, I think that regardless of the result, Canadians are sending a message. It's clear from the results tonight as they're coming in. They're sending a message to all parties. They want all parties to work together and a more cooperative. And I think you're going to see a more cooperative Parliament regardless of the actual seat count.
All right, so you're keeping your powder dry as to whether you're going to get this majority. Why is that? Why aren't you ebullient? Why aren't you predicting a majority at this point?
Because all the votes aren't in.
You're worried about BC, aren't you?
No, I'm not worried about anything.
But you are worried about BC. You should be.
Terry, the fact is Canadians have sent Stephen Harper back to work, and he's going to be going back to work on Tuesday to lead the government and get back to work on the Economic Action Plan. And
message track, Peter. I think he's sticking to his story. We're not going to crack him at this point. Back to you.
All right, Terry, thanks very much. Terry Milewski in Calgary with Guy Giorno, the Conservative campaign manager. He's got to be a happy guy at this moment. When he looks over those numbers, you're looking at the Conservatives at 152 leading or elected right now. 155 would give them majority territory. Now, keep in mind that we've got at least 11 ridings right now where the Conservative lead is less than 100 votes. And that's why people are being a little cautious at this point about firmly projecting a majority government. Getting closer though, look at that, 154. 155 is what's needed, but some of those leads are tentative. The NDP at 99, just under the 100 mark. The Liberals at 30, the Bloc Québécois at 4. The Bloc Québécois at 4 out of those 75 seats in Quebec. Wendy Mesley is watching for us tonight. So the big story in Quebec is, in fact, the one that's been rumored for weeks now, that the NDP, the big surge, is happening.
People didn't believe it, but it is happening, Peter, and it's happening in every region of the province. Let's take a look at how the vote divided here in Quebec tonight. There you see vote changes, the NDP up 30 points. People were talking about them getting 10 or 20 points. It wouldn't be enough to get seats. But with that, you can't help but sweep the province. That comes at the expense of the BQ. End of an era, perhaps it looks like for them, a little bit at the expense of the Tories, who are down 2 or 3 points, and Liberals. End of perhaps beginning of the end of a great Liberal dynasty. This is the home of many Liberal prime ministers, and a very sad night for them tonight. The story specifically in a few ridings. Let's look at the riding. The NDP are picking up seats in every region of the country. In the north, in West Quebec, here in Pontiac, Lawrence Cannon is the Foreign Affairs Minister, and he is trailing behind Mathieu Ravignan, is a karate teacher who looks like he's about to take out the Foreign Affairs Minister. The same story in Louis Saint Laurent, most of the Conservative seats are in the region around Quebec City here. There are a couple of junior cabinet ministers here. Oh, that's the wrong riding. We're looking at Brome-Missisquoi. It's happening in the eastern townships as well. The Tories were hoping to pick up a few seats here, but instead the NDP are ahead too. A funny story, or a sad story for Christelle Bogusta. She was the NDP candidate, switched parties, ran for the BQ. She'll be regretting something tonight. And we wanted to tell you also about Louis Saint Laurent, the area where the Tories first made their beachhead in 2006. They have, in the donut around Quebec City, they have 9, 10, almost 11 of their seats are in this area, but the NDP is surging there too. This is a remarkable story tonight, Peter. The NDP leader started out with 2% of the vote in Quebec. He is now He's offside, actually, with the rest of the country because nearly all of the seats for the NDP are in Quebec. He joked that he used to place behind the marijuana party in Quebec. He's now, he may be dealing a death blow to the Bloc Québécois, such a force for the last 20 years.
Well, right now, they're not even official party status if that's all they end up with is 4 seats.
They were supposed to be temporary. It took 20 years.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, it's only temporary. It's temporary now for the next few days until they until they get all the ballots counted and in and made official. But the Bloc is no longer a force in for Quebec in federal politics.
And the
that's
Liberals
for sure.
too.
And
Very
the Liberals.
sad night for them.
And the NDP, you know, over 100 seats. Now, the Conservatives, you saw that number, it moved up to almost to 155, 154. It's dropped back now to 150. There's still 18 seats to be heard from on the West Coast and in Yukon. So let's see where that number ends up. But 155 is the accepted figure, obviously, for a majority government. But many of the seats, even in that 150, are leads based on less than 100 votes. That's why we're being cautious about making that call. But Ontario, 106 ridings, and the Conservatives have done extremely well in Ontario.
They'll be very happy with this result, especially as they try to make their way to 155. They had to do that by gaining seats in Ontario, and that they've done. So have the NDP, all of it at the expense of the Liberals. But let's show you how it's turned out so far for the Conservatives in Ontario. This is a picture they're going to be very happy with. They have picked up 16 seats at this point. This is leading or elected, and the vote share has actually only gone up 5%. But boy, has that translated into dividends for the party. So let's show you where some of that strength is taking place in ridings that, not surprisingly, the Conservative Party has actively pushed hard to get. This is one of them. Bramalea Gore-Malton, they see that Balgosel is in the lead. What's interesting is it's a three-way race, and Gurbakh Singh Mali is actually in third. He's the incumbent, and he's won this riding many times, but the NDP also felt it ran a strong candidate, so it's a three-way race, but it's the Conservatives really opening up the lead. Now we see it's about 1,400. Pretty hard to come over top of that, so this is likely going to be a Conservative win tonight. Let's take a look at another riding, one that there's been a lot of chatter about for 6 weeks and longer than that. In fact, these two have been fighting it out since the last election. Ruby Dalla beat Parham Gill in 2008. He has been campaigning hard to unseat her ever since, and tonight, with 1,000 extra votes at this point, with just 35 polls in, good chance he is going to beat Ruby Dalla, who was actually appointed in this riding, Peter, some time ago by Paul Martin, who thought that she could win this riding, and she did a couple of times, maybe not tonight. Brampton West was a very tight race last time between these two, 1 and 2, both of them lawyers, and Kyle Seaback is in the front for the Conservatives. So it's just another example, Peter, where the Liberals are trailing. The Conservatives have vacuumed up those seats, and it's really helping them as they try to push to at 155. Not there yet, but Ontario is certainly going to be something they'll be happy about.
14 seats still to be reported from across the country of the 308 ridings. 155 the Tories are at right now in leading or elected, back down to 154. Just an indication of how flexible some of those leads are. So we'll watch that, but right now they've got to be sitting pretty and feeling pretty comfortable with that number, as do the NDP in official opposition. I mean, there's leaps and there are leaps. This is a leap for the NDP. Let's go over to Evan Solomon at his smart board tonight to give us some indication of how this is all happening and why it's happening.
Well, we know that the Canadians are, forget all the pollsters, the Canadians have been the smart people. They decide for it. Let's look at this Conservative. We're really, really close to this possible majority. That's what they're looking for, Peter. Leading and elected in 153 already. So what's the gap? Well, they just needed to get 2, and they're right now, they're over 3. So why aren't we making the call? People might want to know, because remember, those holds are some we haven't heard from. You talked about those 14 we haven't heard from. Some are too close to call, and they might count. Let me just look at these too close to call, because it's kind of interesting, because on some of these, Peter, I mean, again, some of these are counted in there, but boy, these are margins are within, you know, 1, 2, 3, 7 seats. So this thing is still very, very fluid, and you've got all sorts of interesting races going on that are too close to call here. So it's a little early, but as you say, the Conservatives have overperformed expectations. It's still pretty fluid, certainly, and we can go to a riding here. Well, we can try to go to a riding here, and I tell you, it's a fascinating race as we're going to some. Look at these, Scarborough Centre there. So they're leading in that. So these are some examples of these ridings where, they're leading there. That would count in there, but there's dogfights going on all over this place. Look at the lead there. I'll just point out.
9 votes.
9 votes is the lead. Now, there's only 30 of 209, but just gives you a realization that they've squeaked in there. But it's fluid, but things have broken to the Conservatives. That's an efficient vote.
Yeah, and it's broken to them because of the vote split between these two. See, I got to do that. That's fun.
Yeah, but they're almost identical numbers there, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's
that vote split. Well, that could be one of the stories that we'll talk about.
Well, it's certainly one of the stories in Ontario. Let's move on back to let's bring in Lynn Robson, who's watching the Bloc Québécois tonight, which is a disastrous night for them. And Lynn has got the vice president of the Bloc Québécois to talk to. Lynn.
That's right. I have Vivienne Barbot, who's vice president of the Bloc. She's also the candidate in Papineau, and Justin Trudeau seems to be leading in that race. So all around, Madame Barbot, it's been a very difficult evening for you, for the people here. To have the Bloc with only 4 seats right now, is it possible to explain to me how that feels after all the hard work?
Well, I'm just waiting for the real results so far. We'll see what comes up.
Really? With numbers like this, you're still hoping that there's a silver
I didn't say I was hoping. I said I wanted to see the real figures before really commenting on them.
Well, without commenting on them, how can you, when you see the numbers, a list of NDP advances, we saw it coming on in the election, during the campaign, to have the numbers lining up the way they are. How does that feel to you after the work that you've put in?
Well, I think many of us have forgotten that politics is a sport extreme.
Extreme sport.
Yeah.
We see that that Mr. Duceppe, in fact, is not leading in his own riding. You haven't seemed to come through in your own riding. These were races where you'd really put in a lot of effort. Why do you think the people were not buying into the Bloc message this time?
I don't have a clue. So far, I really don't. And nobody could see it coming except for the last few weeks. So we really have to study it all over and see what went wrong and what we could have done better.
When you go down to, if it comes down as low as 4, the party would lose its official party status. You would be really starting from scratch again.
Yeah, but the 4 of us will still be there. Don't worry about it.
4 of you will still be there. Well, some people, Peter, say that 4 seats or any number of seats, the race continues. And so the Bloc down, apparently not completely daunted.
All right, Lynn, thanks very much. Well, they're not even at 4 anymore now. They're down to 3 as we look at these numbers as they're bouncing around. The Conservatives, though, over the 155 mark in leading and elected. They're doing extremely well tonight, but as you see, the numbers fluctuate, and that's why we haven't projected yet a Conservative majority. We want to see a little more, especially with the seats still to come. Let's not move from this spot for a moment, because Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, is said to be entering her campaign headquarters out on Vancouver Island. Obviously, you don't see the Greens marked anywhere on this board, which is an indication that she is not, at least at this point, leading, because in fact there have been no results from her riding tabulated anywhere yet. She's heading into her headquarters. Let's see whether she's going to be talking to supporters yet. Maybe she knows something that the election computers across the country don't know yet, because there are no results from last little while. All right, Chris Brown is there, chasing her down. There she is. There's Chris.
reaction tonight to what you see happening across the country?
Well, it's an election that proves that pundits aren't very useful, that the electorate makes the decisions, and of course I'm very much awaiting the decision that the electors of Saanich Gulf Islands will make.
Now, the Green Party is down from its last showing in 2008. How concerned are you about that, even though we don't know the result here?
That was almost inevitable given what the media consortium did in shutting us out of the debates and then not covering any of our platform or positions throughout the election campaign. So we were very concerned throughout that across Canada, Canadians weren't hearing anything about the Green Party through the entire election.
At the same time, you did decide to focus much of your national campaign on getting you elected here.
And thank God for that, because we wouldn't have gotten any coverage if we hadn't.
How can you have it, the Conservatives win a majority?
I don't think at this point we know enough to know.
All right, Elizabeth May, speaking out in British Columbia, still waiting for the results from her riding, but not a good night for the Greens because they're way down in vote. That's going to cost them a lot of money. We want to take our break now for those of you who want to get up to date on your own local riding results.
Thank you, Peter. I'm Dwight Drummond.
And I'm Anne-Marie Meadowake. Right now, the story here, Fortress Toronto under siege.
And Liberal incumbents trailing in 26 ridings in the GTA. Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff trailing in his own riding right now. That's one that's been going back and forth with Conservative newcomer Bernard Trottier. Right now, Ignatieff down more than 7%. Let's take a look at some of the ridings across the GTA. York Centre, Conservative Mark Adler taking on incumbent, very popular person in the Liberal Party, Ken Dryden. Right now, Adler is leading. Take a look at another riding here, Parkdale High Park. Peggy Nash said she wanted her seat back. She appears to be getting it right now, leading Gerard Kennedy. We'll continue over to Anne-Marie.
All right, Dwight, thanks very much. And we have some declared ridings to share with you already. Let's start with Toronto Danforth, where NDP leader Jack Layton has won his seat and has a lot of celebrating to do tonight as it goes on. And as the Conservatives inch towards a majority, some of those seats are coming from right here in the GTA, something we did not see last time. Whitby, Oshawa, Conservative Jim Flaherty, of course, the finance minister, has won his seat. And up in Vaughan, this was a closely watched race. Newcomer but star candidate, Conservative Julian Fantino, has won in Vaughan. Over in Durham, Conservative Bev Oda, of course, she was the subject of much controversy earlier this year. She has won back her seat. And in Thornhill, Conservative Peter Kent has also been declared the winner there. Let's go up to Newmarket, Aurora, where Conservative incumbent Lois Brown has also won back her seat. In some races, here, take a look at some of them that are still in play. Let's start in Brampton, Springdale, where Conservative Parm Gill has overtaken Ruby Dalla. These two have met before with very different results. Right now, Parm Gill is in the lead. Brampton, Springdale, that was the results in Brampton, Springdale. Let's take a look at Ajax, Springdale, where Conservative Chris Alexander, of course, taking on Mark Holland. Chris Alexander was a star candidate brought in by the Conservatives to defeat Mark Holland, a very public face with the Liberal Party. So far, he is ahead by at least 1,000 votes. In Etobicoke North, Liberal Kirsty Duncan has taken over from Priti Lamba of the Conservatives. That's another one that we've been watching closely and will continue to watch. Dwight, let's throw it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Anne-Marie. Let's get to some more results quickly. In Trinity Spadina, incumbent NDP Olivia Chow wins her seat. Christine Innes right there. Now, Beaches, East York, NDP Matthew Kelway leads incumbent Liberal Maria Minna, and you can see it there. Minna has held the seat for a long time. She appears to be losing it tonight. All right, let's send it back to Peter and the rest of our CBC news coverage. We'll be back here to check in with you with more GTA results a little later. Right now, let's send it back to Peter Mansbridge and the rest of the CBC team.
And welcome back to our coverage. If you've taken a break to get an update on your local results, it's quite the story unfolding tonight. The Conservatives seem on their way to a majority government. We haven't made that official declaration yet because there's still some ridings very firmly at play. The NDP, certainly the official opposition coming up. There are over 100 right now. Some of those leads tenuous, but they are a very happy party tonight. The Liberals, not happy at all. They're down at a historic lows. They were never lower than 40, where they'd been in 1980 with John Turner. But tonight, they're sitting at the moment at 32 leading or elected. The Bloc are leading in 4 seats. Let's bring in our friends, the insiders, again tonight, because it's always interesting to hear the inside view on how these things play out. And David Hurley, who is the campaign manager for Paul Martin, Jamie Watt, who has worked on a number of Conservative campaigns at senior levels. David, you know, this has got to be a tough night for you, I'm sure, looking at the historic Liberal Party at its worst ever performance, both in seats and vote count. You know, can somebody recover? Can a party recover from a kind of disaster that they're facing tonight?
Well, first of all, I was only smiling when you came over here because I'm told I'm supposed to smile on television. I do not feel much like smiling tonight at all. I think the answer to your question is, frankly, historically an open one. But I think that 2 things about this result, one of which is it is worse than the worst expectations, worst fears that Liberals had about how this night would go. And in fact, that's a big story about the Conservative majorities. It's clear to me that over the weekend, significant amounts of centre-right Liberals decided to vote for the Conservatives in order to stop a Layton government. And so that's why the Conservatives are performing better than people are expected and the Liberals are performing worse. The NDP are pretty much on the mark of what I thought they would get in this election, but obviously there was a bleed on the center right. That's just an illustration of some of the problems that the party is going to have moving forward. On the other hand, Quebec is now a huge wild card again in Canadian politics. And Quebec has been shaken up. Unless one believes that it's going to be owned by the NDP in perpetuity, likely Quebec is a province that is a viable territory for all federal political parties again. And one piece of important territory that the Liberal Party has owned historically, which is the strong national government, strong Canada positioning, is available in that province and is available in every province because none of the other Federalist parties have taken that territory. And so I think there is, listen, this is the kind of thing from which if you were betting, you would bet against it. But the political graveyards of this country are full of people who've underestimated the Liberal Party.
Right, and you know, to some degree, the Conservative Party. Let's not forget 1993. They were down to 2 seats at the end of that night, and people wrote them off that they could ever come back. Now, it was a rocky road in coming back, but they came back, and now they're in power and have won their 3rd government in a row. Jamie, how do you look at these results? We've got the Conservative number up at 166, so you know, it's starting to look, in spite of some very tenuous leads, it's starting to look like that majority is more than likely at this point.
It does, Peter, and I think one of the encouraging things for the Conservatives is they were able to make that breakthrough in the GTA and in Toronto as well. It looks like a number of senior Liberals won't make it. Martha Hall Finley, Ken Dryden, Joe Volpe, Mario Silva, Rob Oliphant. And you know, it wasn't long ago that the minister for Toronto, the political minister for Toronto in a Harper government, was Jim Flaherty, who had to come from Ajax. And that was always a point of credibility for that government. They didn't have representation in Canada's major metropolitan city. That's one of the alignments, fundamental realignments, which has taken place tonight. I think that, along with the story of the Bloc and the Liberals in Quebec, those are the stories that we'll be writing about for some time and will actually impact how all of the parties go forward.
You know, David, the night that Paul Martin lost in 2006 to Stephen Harper, he did not wait. He said in his speech that night that he would be stepping down. That was a decision one assumes he came to, if not on his own, certainly with talking to people like you, to make a decision on the night off, which is, I suppose, is something that that Michael Ignatieff has got to be pondering at this point too. How difficult is that to make that decision on the night off?
Well, a party leader has a lot of responsibilities, and to a lot of people, and they're custodians of institutions, and they have to consider all those things. Mr. Martin, for example, on election night in 2006, not only spoke to his group of advisors, but he spoke broadly to people in the caucus, and he spoke to the president of the party to get the party's perspective on what ought to happen. And he made a judgment that night that the party needed to make a clean break from what had gone on in the past, and the party needed to start rebuilding itself for another run at government unencumbered by leadership issues and leadership divisions. That rebuilding hasn't happened. It's more imperative now than ever before that it needs to happen, and any leader in Mr. Ignatieff's position would have to judge whether or not he's best able to lead that rebuilding movement going forward.
All right, got to leave it at that. We'll be back to you before the speeches start, because a lot about the future may well be determined in the kind of things the leaders choose to tell the Canadian people tonight when they start speaking to the country, and that's probably within the next hour. This is a look at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. This is not a happy group of people, not surprisingly. Only 4 Bloc seats, or 4 Bloc candidates are in the lead right now in the province of Quebec. Remember, they were around 50 and have been for most of the last 20 years. They've been wiped out by the NDP in the province of Quebec, and it's not a very happy-looking group of people. Looking at the big board, 164 now for the Conservatives, leading or elected. And down at the other end of the track there is one candidate who is we describe as an other, which doesn't sound very nice, but it's an independent candidate. We'll tell you who that is. It's Elizabeth May, who's leading in British Columbia. Let's listen to Thomas Mulcair of the NDP, who's speaking in Montreal right now.
En limitant, par exemple, les taux d'intérêt abusifs des cartes de crédit.
Interest rates on credit cards.
Éliminer la pauvreté chez
Eliminating
les personnes
poverty
âgées.
for senior citizens in a society that is as rich as ours. It's unacceptable that hundreds of thousands of senior citizens live in poverty.
All right, we'll rejoin Thomas Mulcair in a little while when he swings over into English. He's speaking to his French-Canadian audience in Montreal tonight. Up until tonight, the only member of the NDP represented from Quebec. Now he's going to have an awful lot of people sitting with him in the Quebec caucus of the NDP. All right, we have seen enough now. We've gone and analyzed all the different leads. We can tell you that we are back to majority government status in Canada. It's been 7 years since there was a majority government in Canada. That was the tail end of the Chrétien-Martin years. In 2004, Canada went into minority situation, first with Paul Martin, and then with the the 2 conservative minority governments of Stephen Harper. Tonight, Stephen Harper becomes a majority government leader, the Prime Minister of a majority party, the Conservatives, and we'll see, which I can tell you for one thing, means that the next election absolutely won't be until at the earliest October 19th, 2015, because there's an election law in this country that says you have to go for 4 years. So the happy people in the Conservative Party headquarters in Calgary as they await the arrival of Prime Minister Harper, who has been re-elected tonight, but this time with a much stronger mandate. He's going to have that majority that he so desperately wanted, that he campaigned for, that he said was the purpose for his election campaign this time was to win a majority government. So how did he do it? Let's look at the big numbers to give you an indication of just how that is happening. They are they're right at the 40% figure, right on the numbers, 40% for the Conservatives of the vote counted so far tonight. And we still have 3 ridings to be heard from. But 40% for the Conservatives, 31 almost for the NDP, 20% of the vote tonight has been cast for the Liberals. The Bloc under 5, other parties under 5 as well. Okay, that was the share of the vote. Let's have a look at the seat changes now. And this is how the Conservatives won their majority. They have gained 19 seats so far on the evening, putting them at the 165 mark. Look at the NDP. They're up almost 70 seats from where they were when Parliament was dissolved. The Liberals, look at that, down 44, as are the Bloc. A total of 88 seats shifting from the Liberals and the Bloc to the NDP and the Conservatives. A little more on the breakdown of how this majority government for the Conservatives has been made from our Evan Solomon. Evan.
Well, Peter, people talked a lot about the so-called orange wave, but the truth is the wave that really took over was the Conservatives. And let's just show you their strength across this country. It started out earlier in the night, and they gained some seats in Atlantic Canada. Now, Quebec was their next place, and everyone thought that the NDP would rise through Quebec. They did. The Bloc Québécois eviscerated there, but the Conservatives still holding on to 6 there. But this was the story. This is Ontario, 72 leading or elected in, and look at right out to British Columbia now, leading or elected. So they hold right across the country. Now, let me just, and the percentages, by the way, are also extraordinary. Again, we always thought that 40% in the vote, and they're right there, and it was an efficient vote. They overperformed all across the country, and that's the elusive majority that he talked about. But there's a couple of ridings that, when you win at the expense of someone else. And of course, it's been really at the expense of 2 parties, the historic collapse of the Bloc. That went NDP, but the Liberals were eaten alive here, and they were eaten in places like York Centre. There's Ken Dryden. It's hockey playoff time, and sometimes you have to blame the goalie for a loss. It may not be Ken Dryden's, but he didn't save the day there. Ken Dryden loses, and Mark Adler, he'll go as a Conservative. And that, remember, was supposed to be Fortress Liberal. They lost all sorts of seats like that, and that really explains it. Now, I will say one other place in Quebec that they didn't win, and they didn't take everything, and this is one where people talked about the orange door. There's Lawrence Cannon, once the Foreign Affairs Minister. Now he's lost in Pontiac. So even though they were strong, they didn't take that. That's part of the orange door. People open and walk through there, but it's a real Conservative story tonight, Peter.
All right. Thanks, Evan. Evan Solomon. Well, let's check in on Bob Rae, because he's speaking to his supporters in the Toronto Centre riding. It's not finalized yet in Toronto Centre, but Bob Rae, the Liberal who lost out in the leadership race, first to Stéphane Dion, and then in the maneuvering around the successor to Stéphane Dion, it was Michael Ignatieff who took over. Many Liberals wondering, as we listen to him speaking in French to his supporters right now. Here he is. Now let's listen in to what he has to say.
It's a night of some bittersweetness. Sweet, of course, because we have once again been successful in the great constituency of Toronto Centre. It's a wonderful riding. But we have to recognize the message that's been delivered to the Liberal Party. It's a message that we have to receive, and we have to take it all in. But you know, the one thing I've learned in life, and perhaps my own experience says something about this, is that resilience counts for something. And persistence counts for something. And our capacity to come back will count for something. We've come back from defeats. Laurier, the massive defeat in 1917. Mr. Pearson, the massive defeat in 1958. The Liberal Party will come back again. We will once again be there to serve Canadians, and we will serve loyally in the opposition. We will serve effectively in the opposition, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in the days ahead as we strive to rebuild the Liberal Party and to work for a better Canada, which is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bob Rae and Arlene Perley Rae, his wife, speaking to their supporters in downtown Toronto. Bob Rae's riding, let's have a look at it right now, because he's leading, but you know, it's not by a lot that he's leading, and they got about a third of the polls in right now. Bob Rae leading by, look at that, only 280 votes in the Toronto Centre, you know, solid Liberal riding, but he's getting a real race from the NDP. That's Bob Rae with a slight lead, about a third of the votes. Here's Michael Ignatieff. They were roommates in university, Bob Rae and Michael Ignatieff. But look at that, he's trailing by almost 1,000 votes, Michael Ignatieff, in his riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore. So not good news for Ignatieff or for Liberals generally in the Toronto area. Now, here's the other leader that they were finally getting some results in, Elizabeth May. Only 3 of 245 polls reporting, but Elizabeth May would like them to stop counting now because she's got a lead of 40 seats, 39 votes right now. Elizabeth May, the early leader over the Conservative Cabinet Minister Gary Lunn. In fact, there have been 5 Conservative cabinet ministers, even on this night that is going so well for them as they win a majority, 5 Conservative cabinet ministers who are down tonight, who have lost their seats. We'll run through that list for you in a minute. But right now we want to go to Rosemary Barton, who's at NDP headquarters. Rosemary.
Peter, I'm here with Brad Leving, of course, the National Campaign Director for the NDP. A huge night for the NDP. The Conservatives may have won the majority, but the NDP has really changed the political landscape, and you were the mastermind behind it. So when we first talked at the beginning of this, you wanted growth. That was your big plan. This is well beyond that. Why do you think it happened finally this time for the NDP?
I think there's a number of things. I don't think it's ever one thing that does it, nor is it ever accident. A lot of hard work. Mr. Layton's been leader for 8 years. This is our 4th campaign together with pretty much the same senior team. We've been absolutely fixated on making sure that we run a first-rate campaign with a strong message. And we knew that message out there was Ottawa's broken, it's time to fix it. It's time that it works for families to get things done. Positive message. We attach that to the right demographics in the right ridings across the country. And the great thing about tonight is that the growth is everywhere. It's in Atlantic Canada, new seats in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, new seats in Quebec, throughout Ontario and the West. So it's a national phenomenon that's going on tonight, which makes it exciting because that means it's real and it's going to last.
Okay, so let me ask you that. The big theme, as you said, was Ottawa's broken, we have to fix it. How does the NDP fix Ottawa, get the things that you want done with that sort of Conservative majority? And do you guys feel responsible for that majority, given the way the vote splits have worked out?
We just won 70 seats. We've won the most seats we've ever had. We pretty much doubled our popular vote. We in every region of the country, we grew. We took down Conservatives. We took down Bloc Québécois. We took down the leader of the Bloc Québécois. There's a realignment going on. I'm very excited and very proud of the campaign that we run.
How is the NDP going to be an effective official opposition with that sort of majority?
We're gonna hold the government to account. We're gonna support that which is good, and we're gonna oppose them when they go off track. We're gonna fight for the 5 things that we ran on: better health care, frontline services, more doctors and nurses, more job creation, better pension security, cleaning up Ottawa once and for all, holding the government to account.
It's going to be hard, though, Brad. You guys couldn't have more different policies. They are diametrically opposed. It's going to be very hard for you guys to get things done for Canadians with a majority government and completely different views on pretty much everything, from Afghanistan to the economy.
That's right, and then we're going to be holding the government to account on those very things. The job of the official opposition is to hold the government to account. We're going to do that. We're going to go in there day in and day out. We're not going to take time off. We're not going to do other things. Like, I think a lot of people were fed up with the Liberals. They took regions for granted. They weren't showing up to work. We're going to work day in and day out. We're going to roll up the sleeves. Mr. Layton's about to speak in just a short while. He's going to talk about how tomorrow we roll up our sleeves and get down to work. It's an exciting time in federal politics. It's a good way to celebrate our 50th anniversary.
Okay, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. There you go, Peter. Back to you.
All right, Rosemary, thanks very much. Brad Levine definitely pumped on this. And, you know, I think Rosemary's point is really important, because as difficult as it was for the NDP to get the Conservative government to listen when they were in a minority position, it's going to be even harder to get them to listen to NDP concerns when they're in a majority position. So Rosemary making the point there, but Brad Levine countering that the NDP will push ahead, take up their new responsibilities as the official opposition, and take it from there. The latest numbers, 164 for the Conservatives, 108 for the NDP. Saying that again, 108 for the NDP. The Liberals at 31, historic low. The Bloc almost wiped right off the board at 3. Elizabeth May is the independent, or the other candidate, the leader of the Green Party, who is leading early in the game. I mentioned earlier 5 Conservative cabinet ministers in trouble tonight. 2 have lost. Jean-Pierre Blackburn and Lawrence Cannon have both lost their seats in Quebec, and there are 3 others in trouble. Gary Lunn in British Columbia, who's trailing to Elizabeth May. John Duncan, also in British Columbia, and José Vergne in Quebec for the Conservatives. All of those cabinet ministers in trouble but 165 Conservatives with smiles on their faces tonight as Stephen Harper has a majority government in store. That 165 now up to 166. So let's check in with Amanda Lang, who has been watching for us online tonight, checking in on what's happening. She got all kinds of news for us tonight. What do you got?
Well, one thing I've been doing is talking to economists. I'm going to put my senior business correspondent hat on here just for a minute, and I sampled a cross-section of them because, of course, different economists will have different takes. But in the period of time when it looked like it might be a Conservative minority, Patty Croft, you know Patty Croft well, said if the NDP is the official opposition, that's a reality check, and foreign investors will take a second look. Now, of course, that is not what came to pass. Here's what Bill Robson at the CD Howe had to say. He says the prospect of a steady fiscal and economic course will reassure business people, and longer term, a sharper definition of the choices between the major parties and the eclipse of separatists in Quebec will foster a more coherent debate over national priorities. I don't want to leave out Jim Stanford. I didn't have time to get him on the board, but he said 60% of Canadians voted against corporate tax cuts. So he's noting that although the Conservatives have the majority and the tax cuts are here, 60% of Canadians voted against them. I do have some non-economist news for you. I asked Conrad Black to comment on this election. We waited till we knew the actual results. Conrad says an amazing victory for Harper and Layton. For Layton to have tripled the number of MPs from what was projected at dissolution is a stunning achievement, but the NDP will have a majority French-Canadian caucus, which will radically alter the perspective of that party. And he adds, we are clearly headed for a two-party system, a huge step forward for the country. The Liberals have been a great party, but they have to decamp to the Liberal Democrats or the Conservatives. The bloc will vanish without a trace, as they richly deserve. You can almost hear Conrad saying that. So that's a bit of a view that you're getting from, in this case, not somebody from the left of the spectrum, Peter.
All right, Amanda, always interesting to hear from Conrad Black. He's had more than an interesting last few years. But tonight, tweeting and emailing to Amanda to get his thoughts on the air as to how he sees this election unfolding tonight. The latest numbers, once again, 166. That seems to be where the Conservatives are going to wind up. The NDP around 106. The Liberals around 100, or around, they wish. They're at 33. The Bloc now down to 2. Is it possible that the Bloc may not even win a seat tonight? Those two, I think, are still leads at the moment. The share of vote overall in the country, the Conservatives at 40%, the NDP at 31, just under 31, and the Liberals now under 20%. Less than 1 in 5 Canadians voting for the Liberal Party on this night. The Bloc Québécois around 5%. All right, let's get the latest on the Ontario numbers, those 106 seats at stake, and how the Conservatives have put most of them into their pocket on their march to a majority tonight. Diana Swain is watching the Ontario ridings tonight. Diane.
Yeah, maybe a tortured metaphor I'm trying to think up here, but if the Conservative Party is a vacuum, they just hoovered up most of what was in the province. I'm not sure that that's ever going to be used by anyone else again. Not a great metaphor. But of the seats in Ontario, about 3/4 of them have been taken by the Conservative Party tonight. Let's show you where some of that strength has translated into seats for them. First of all, we can show you that that is a pickup of 19 seats, a phenomenal sort of a progress report for the Conservatives in Ontario tonight. The vote share has only gone up 5%, but wow, is that translated into something for them in 19 seats. Let's show you where it's happened. We can take a look at Ajax Pickering. This is one of those seats the Conservatives targeted. They ran someone they thought could win in Chris Alexander. He's a diplomat. He was our first ambassador to Afghanistan, in fact, and he has unseated Mark Holland, who's held that riding for a long time as an MP. He was a municipal councillor before that. So this is a big deal, a big change in Ajax Pickering. Let's show you another riding where change is afoot tonight, and it comes from Mississauga South, where Stella Ambler has won for the Conservatives, and she has beat Paul Szabo, who has been there since 1993. He knew he was in a fight. He has seen that his margin of victory each time has decreased, but he has been there for the better part of 20 years. Tonight, Stella Ambler wins that, her second go at a seat in Ontario, and this time she has won. And we want to show you another one we know a lot of people were curious about tonight, Simcoe Grey. Helena Georges has not reclaimed her seat. In fact, she finished third. Kelly Leach, who is a pediatrician, is running there, and she is now an MP.
And you could probably start thinking of the possibility of Kelly Leach in the cabinet. Losing my voice here. Kellie Leitch with a distinguished career in the medical profession.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to see where and if she ends up in the cabinet.
And I'll give you a second to clear your throat if you like, because Helena Georges, in fact, a lot of people were wondering, because she was elected as a Conservative in 2008, and then of course had this now legendary falling out with Stephen Harper. When she ran as an independent, would she be able to take some of that vote with her, the people who had voted for her in the past? And her family has a long history, an extended family of doing very well in the political scene in that area. But tonight, not at all. She got just over 5,900 votes to Kellie Leitch getting over 21,000. So those votes stayed with the Conservative candidate.
All right. Diana, thanks very much. We're waiting to go down to downtown Toronto, where Olivia Chow, the wife of Jack Layton, will be speaking. She's being re-elected tonight in her riding. In fact, there she is now as she enters the room, and she's going to give her remarks to her supporters first before she starts talking to reporters. Olivia Chow, who's won her riding, of course, and Jack Layton, we assume will be moving into Stornoway, the residence of the official opposition, which is a big night. There she is, thumbs up. Big night for Olivia Chow, for Jack Layton, and for the NDP. Let's hear what she has to say.
People of Trinity Spadina, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigada. Gracias. 多谢, 谢谢. I can never say thank you often enough. Or in all the languages that people speak in our neighborhoods of Trinity Spadina. From Chinatown to Little Italy, from Little Portugal to Koreatown, from the Toronto Islands to the Annex and University, from the condo towers to the public housing of Alexander Park. We are so lucky to live here with all our rich diversity, with people from all over the world, our wonderful country. I am so proud to be a New Democrat. I am so proud of our team and of my family and friends and a supporter. Thank you so much for your support. And of course, my campaign team, thank you so much. And all of you, all my volunteers, it's because of your hard work I'm here today. And of course, I am also so proud of our leader. And you know who? Jack Layton.
Well, a pretty proud moment for Olivia Chow and for the NDP. Olivia Chow wins re-election in Trinity Spadina. We'll be hearing from Jack Layton in a few minutes' time. Well, she's just talking about her husband now.
And vision for Canada. Jack has always been my inspiration and always will be. Yeah. When I was first elected as your member of parliament,
All right, we're switching from Olivia Chow now to the leader of the opposition, at least for one more night, Michael Ignatieff and his wife Susanna, speaking to their supporters on a very difficult night, trailing badly in his own riding and the party getting, well, they're at 33 seats right now, a historic low for the Liberal Party of Canada. And the last time we looked at the share of the vote, it was under 20%. So what does he say? Let's listen in.
Bonsoir, mes chers amis.
Good evening, my friends.
Good evening, friends. Good evening, members of this great and proud party. I want to first of all offer my open-hearted congratulations to Prime Minister Stephen Harper. I want to offer my congratulations also to the new leader of the official opposition, Jack Layton. Offer to him on behalf of my party sincere congratulations to two opponents who have had the better of the night. J'aimerais offrir
Also like
au Premier Ministre Harper
to offer Prime Minister Harper and Mr. Layton my most sincere congratulations for the victories that they won this evening.
Democracy teaches hard lessons, and we have to learn them all. We have to be big enough, open-hearted enough, courageous enough to read the lessons that the Canadian people have taught our party tonight. Leaders have to be big enough also to accept their historic responsibility for a historic defeat, and I do so. That's what leaders are there for. I accept my responsibility for what's occurred, and I want to thank all those who stood with me. Je suis très fier
I am very proud of the campaign that we ran. I have people around me who I can see before me very courageous young people who carried out so much work and who worked with so much strength, imagination, and courage. I'm very proud of what we tried to do. We tried to run a different campaign. We were open to all issues. We opened ourselves to everyone. I will always remember the passion, the imagination, and the courage, the pride that I saw in all places across the country over the last 6 weeks.
It was an unforgettable experience for me to be with you, to fight with you, to campaign on behalf of democracy, on behalf of the enduring values of our party, and to take that message of hope and confidence and faith and love of our country to every corner of this amazing land. Defeat is a teacher. I've learned more in my life from my own personal defeats than from those victories that I have achieved. And now we have to learn the lessons of defeat. We have to be big enough, courageous enough, united enough as a party to look at ourselves in the mirror, to listen carefully to the Canadian people have said to us tonight. There was a longing for change, a yearning for change. We can be proud of the role we played in triggering that longing and desire for change. Unfortunately, we could not be the beneficiaries of that longing for change. But there's one thing I know in my heart, is this party has a deep and ancient tradition. Ce parti est ancré dans les meilleures traditions du Canada. Je suis le humble héritier d'un Québécois qui s'appelle Wilfrid Laurier. Je suis fier de ce que nous avons accompli ensemble pendant plus d'un siècle. Nous sommes un parti qui a contribué à la création de nos meilleures institutions,
to the creation of our best institutions, of our best accomplishments as a country. I'm proud of all of this, and I always will be. I can see the ongoing need for a party at the center of Canadian public life.
Some tears in the audience tonight. There should be no tears. There should be pride for what we fought for what we believed, for our faith in the great traditions of this party. They've inspired me since I was a young man. They will inspire me for the rest of my life. And I will play any part that the party wishes me to play as we go forward to rebuild, to renew, to reform the vital center of Canadian politics. There's so many, thank you. There's so many people to thank, and they must be thanked. I've spent the evening making phone calls to men and women who serve with me in the House of Commons and will not be coming back. Every one of them, every man and woman I spoke to tonight was proud to have served in the House of Commons of Canada, to have served their citizens. J'ai téléphoné à plusieurs
I called
collègues
many of my colleagues
qui vivent maintenant la défaite.
who have
Ils
undergone
étaient tous
defeat.
fiers
They were
de
all
ce qu'ils ont
proud
contribué
of what they
à leur
contributed
pays.
to their country.
Je suis fier d'avoir
I'm proud
travaillé avec
to
eux.
have worked with them.
Je veux remercier tous
I
nos
would
candidats,
like
tous
to
nos
thank all of
candidates.
our candidates.
J'aimerais remercier
I
tous
would
nos
like to thank
bénévoles,
all of the
tous les volontaires
volunteers
qui étaient là.
who
At every
were
meeting
there.
along the road, the rooms were packed and crowded with passionate volunteers who worked their hearts out for this party. I thank each and every one of them for the wonderful work that they did for their party and for their country in the last 6 weeks. I want to thank, if I may, I want to thank my team. I want to thank all the people who signed up with me and fought with me and worked with us, the campaign team that we traveled with so many miles. I'm so proud of you. I'm so grateful to you. I take all the responsibilities for what didn't work, but all the credit for what did goes to you. Thank you. Thank you. There's a wonderful person just over here who deserves most thanks of all. Everybody who knows me, everybody who's followed the miles of this long journey together knows that Susanna Zohar was with me every step of the way. My love, respect, and admiration for her is simply something I can't even begin to express in public, but I hope you will I would like you to express your gratitude to her. It's very important for us, finally, to remember what we've always fought for: equality of rights, equality of responsibilities, equality of opportunity, and equality of hope for all Canadians, a passionate commitment to national unity, a love of our fellow citizens, a pride in our country, a desire to see it stand strong and tall on the international stage.
These are essential values and eternal values that are part of this party. This passionate internationalism, a passion that we have for social justice, the passion for inclusion, the passion that we have to safeguard our environment, and the passion that we have for the equality of chances for all of our citizens. These are eternal values.
Let us always remember, this party is bigger than any of us. It began before we were born. It will continue long after the events tonight are forgotten. This is a constituent building block of a great country. This party is proud of what it contributed to our country from the days of Wilfrid Laurier and Alexander Mackenzie through all the prime ministers who we can all name. I'm the humble heir of that tradition. And I didn't come into politics to see that tradition die. I came into this political life to see it strengthen, renew, reform, and grow. I'm going to need the help of every liberal, everyone who loves their country and loves this party, to stand with me as we rebuild and renew. I will serve as long as the party wants to make me serve or ask me to serve, and not a day longer. This party needs the continuity. This party needs the faith to continue the work that we have done. And I'm willing to serve to help us do that work of renewal, reform, and growth. We have seen tonight, I think, the emergence of a polarization in Canadian politics. We have a government that will pretend to govern from the center, and there is a risk that it will move the country to the right. We will have an official opposition that will criticize from the center, but possibly move the country to the left. We don't know. But that makes it all the more important for there to be a passionate, compassionate, responsible party of the center to sustain the continuity, to sustain the unity of our country, to maintain the civility of our dialogue and our conversation. That's been the historical role of the Liberal Party. It's a role we will not abandon. It's a role we will not fail. It's a role to keep the vital center of Canadian political life alive. And we will all dedicate ourselves from now on to make that happen. But most of all, and I really will conclude with this, it's tough to lose like this, but it's terribly important to remember the happiness, the joy of politics, to remember those moments when we felt we inspired each other, the moments when we felt we'd caught the true essence of our country, the moment when we caught and gave voice to the aspirations and longings of a great people. That's what political leadership is for. Defeat is hard, defeat is painful, defeat is difficult. But let's all remember tonight our love of our country, our respect for our fellow citizens, and our devotion to public service. I will remember forever, just 2 days ago, going with Susanna to a park in Oak Ridges, Markham, and watching families stream up the road carrying buckets and shovels to spend a day together building a park and plant trees. I planted 4 or 5. We planted them together. And what I saw there in its quiet way was the inextinguishable desire of Canadians to build a better future, with the humble work of coming together on a Sunday morning to plant trees that will go twice as high as their children in a few short years. That's the Canada we love. That's the Canada I shall never forget having seen in this campaign. And that's the Canada, and those are the Canadians we shall always try to serve. Thank you so much.
Michael Ignatieff speaking to his supporters in Toronto tonight. A difficult speech to give, but Michael Ignatieff making it clear he's not about to go anywhere unless the party tells him to leave. That'll be an interesting next few days and few weeks for Ignatieff, especially if the vote counting in his riding of Etobicoke continues the way it has so far. Have a look at these numbers in the riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore, where Michael Ignatieff is trailing, and not just by a little bit, almost 2,000 votes. This one hasn't been declared yet, but it seems well on the way to heading in the direction of a defeat for Michael Ignatieff in his riding. So his speech touching on the history of his party and how it could still come back from this, its worst ever defeat, and dropping out of the top 2 slots for the first time in its history into third place. But at the same time, not saying he'd be leaving unless he was asked to leave by the party executive. There's one party leader that is definitely lost, and guess who that is? Coming from Quebec, Gilles Duceppe has lost his seat to the NDP and Laurier-Saint-Marie. So the Bloc tonight, disastrous night for them. They lose dozens of seats plus their leader. At the moment, they're leading or elected in 3 seats only in the province of Quebec, not even enough for party status. Let's go out to Calgary. Terry Milewski is waiting the arrival of Stephen Harper to make a speech, but in the meantime, he's got Jason Kenney with him, the cabinet minister responsible for immigration. Terry.
Well, Peter, I'm with somebody who can take a good deal of credit for this Conservative victory tonight. Probably the man who has done more mileage in this campaign and before the campaign than any of the leaders, Jason Kenney, who's been doing every day 20 events in a weekend, mostly in ethnic communities, but not just there, and has worn out a few pair of shoes, I bet. Give me your quick take on the complete political realignment we're seeing tonight.
It's stunning. We're elated, but for me, most importantly, the huge breakthrough in the GTA represents a realignment of the support of new Canadians. Our appeal to them has been honest. It's been to vote your values, and new Canadians increasingly realize their values are Conservative values. Tonight, I think when you unpeel these numbers, you're going to see a huge swing amongst cultural communities and new Canadians from the Liberals to the Conservatives, and we hope that's going to represent a long-term realignment in our national politics.
But how do you think that the Liberals so completely lost touch with that base?
Well, they took it for granted. You know, I have to tell you, the last 5 years I've done hundreds, if not more than 1,000 events in communities, meeting with people, and Liberals were absent. They didn't even show up. Woody Allen said 90% of success in life is just showing up. We've showed up. We've communicated on our values to new Canadians and cultural communities, and I think they've responded massively tonight. Our own internal research showed, for example, that we were winning the support of about 2/3 of Canadians of Chinese origin, just as one example.
Final question now, quickly, if you can tell me how a new Conservative majority government will be different from the old minority one.
Well, we'll actually be able to implement our platform, which I think is a mainstream platform, focused on economic growth, keeping taxes down, fiscal responsibility. We'll actually be able to implement what Canadians have given us a mandate to do, and we will be a government for all Canadians. We're not just a government for those who voted for us, and I think we will be constructive and listen to thoughtful ideas from the opposition, but finally we'll be actually able to get things done rather than all of us being stuck in a fruitless perpetual election campaign.
By the way, did you manage to exceed your 74% margin in your own riding?
I haven't checked yet, but I think we're doing fairly well in Calgary Southeast.
You're going for 80%, aren't you?
That's the goal. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Jason Kenney, a man who has had a lot to do with the Conservative victory tonight. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Terry, thanks very much. And that's what it's like to be a Conservative from Alberta. You don't even bother checking your riding numbers on a night like this. You know you're going to get reelected. Jason Kenney with always a big plurality in his riding in Alberta, and appears to be on that way again tonight. Let me underline for you what he was saying about what's happening in what they call the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area. There are 44 seats in the GTA, 30 of them. 30 out of 44 have gone to the Conservatives. They only had 11 before. The extra 19 they picked up were all of them at the expense of the Liberals. So the Conservatives, now the big power players in the GTA of Toronto. Overall, Conservatives win a majority government tonight. We have them at the moment at 167, the NDP at 103, the Liberals at 33, the Bloc Québécois at 4, and Elizabeth May leading in her riding in British Columbia. Now, we want to give you a sense now, especially for those of you who are looking for results from your own local areas. It's time for another break for some of you watching on CBC television. You'll get a little more depth on local election results. On the CBC News Network, we'll continue to focus on the national story. We'll see you all in just 3 minutes' time.
Thank you, Peter. I'm Anne-Marie Medaway.
And I'm Dwight Drummond. A blue and orange wave sweeps over the GTA. The Conservatives could be gaining 19 seats in our region, the NDP gaining 6, and all of those at the expense of the Liberals.
So let's get right down to it, show you how it looks. Some ridings that we've been watching closely that tell the story tonight. Liberal Michael Ignatieff still trailing by almost 2,000 votes, but we can tell you now that Bob Rae has been re-elected. Brampton Springdale, where Conservative Parm Gill, who has once before run up against incumbent Ruby Dalla, has now won, defeating Ruby Dalla. In Parkdale High Park, NDP Peggy Nash said she wanted her riding back, and she got it. She beat out Liberal incumbent Gerard Kennedy. Over in Eglinton Lawrence, Conservative Joe Oliver has beaten Liberal incumbent Joe Volpe, who has held this seat since 1988. Let me show you what this all looks like, give you a visual picture. This is from 2008, and let's take a look at what it looks like right now in 2011. All of that red changing over to blue, which is what Conservative leader Stephen Harper has been trying to do, even with the minority government, and it looks like now he has succeeded, at least in part. 19 of those ridings we will suspect will turn over, and that will be at the loss of the Liberals. Let's throw it over to Dwight.
All right, and we'll go through some of those results, show you some of the specifics of what you just saw on that map right there. We'll start in Toronto Danforth, where NDP leader Jack Layton has easily won his seat. We'll continue rolling through these. Davenport, NDP, Andrew Cash, he's a musician, first time running, wins over incumbent Mario Silva, who's held this riding for a long time, now over to the NDP. For the Conservatives, the wins for them. In Whitby, Oshawa, incumbent Conservative Jim Flaherty has kept his seat, Finance Minister easily winning there. Over in Vaughan, Conservative incumbent, only 5 months now, Julian Fantino also wins his seat. They thought Mario Ferry would give him a run, not really looking that way right now. Over in Durham, Bev Oda wins again, even with all the controversy that she's gone through over the last little while. In Thornhill, as expected, Conservative incumbent Peter Ken wins up there, and he wins easily against Karen Mock. We'll continue through Newmarket Aurora, Conservative incumbent Lois Brown. She wins there. She's leading now by 14,000 votes. Ajax Pickering, Conservative Chris Alexander was put in to get that seat. He has gotten that seat. All right, we'll continue through there. If we could roll through Brampton West, Kyle Seaback, he's beaten Andrew Kinnear. Over to Anne-Marie.
All right, Dwight, so we've shown you that picture. At least 19 seats have turned over to the Conservatives from the Liberals. We will be back with more results from Toronto and the GTA in just a few minutes, but first, let's throw it back to Peter Mansbridge and the rest of the Canada Votes team.
All right, back with our full national coverage as everybody rejoins us from their local breaks along the line. Let's go to downtown Toronto. We watched Michael Ignatieff speaking to supporters and saying that he would be staying as long as the party wants him to stay. Well, let's hear what Bob Rae has to say about that. The Liberal MP who has won re-election tonight in downtown Toronto. Obviously, Bob Rae, a difficult night for your party, difficult night for your leader. Past leaders have suggested on nights where they get blown out like this that they should leave. He's trailing in his seat. That's not what Michael Ignatieff is saying. Did he say the right thing tonight by saying, I'll stay as long as the party wants me to stay?
Well, I think obviously there has to be a discussion about that question. I mean, I don't think we can avoid that discussion. Probably tonight is not the best time to have it. But clearly the party has to rebuild and has to renew. And I think there has to be a discussion throughout the party as to how that's going to happen. The voters have given the Liberal Party a pretty clear message about the presentation that was made to them over the last while. I think you have to absorb that message and understand it, try to figure out what it means, and move on from that. I mean, there's a whole rebuilding that has to start.
Is it a rebuilding that has to start now, or is it a look at a broader question, and that is one of merger? This has come up a number of times in the last year. You've got, obviously, a history with both parties. Is it time to be considering that option?
Well, I think the discussion that I would want to have would be one that would would be a very broad one with the Canadian public, and I don't think we want to start putting little barricades between the parties. I think we need to have a discussion about how we go forward. There is a simple and difficult fact, and that is that 40% of the Canadian people, or just under it, around it, have voted for Mr. Harper. 60% have not. And there's an awful lot, and there has been a lot of common ground between that 60%. Now, is there a willingness at this particular juncture to discuss what comes next? I can't tell. I think everybody's been a little skittish about having that discussion. My own view is that the dialogue needs to start with Canadians and with others. And it's not a backroom discussion. It's not a caucus discussion. It's not about a few people in a back room deciding what's going to happen one way or the other. It's really about all the political parties and their memberships and the broader Canadian public deciding how we should go forward. And I think that's going to be the very exciting discussion that needs to happen over the next while. And I think a great many Canadians need to be empowered to have that discussion. I don't think we can hold it back any longer. I don't think we should be trying to hold it back. I think we should be moving forward in a way that says, how do we respond to this strong desire on the part of the Canadian people for change that is fiscally responsible, that is progressive, that responds to the needs that people have, the deep concerns about inequality and economic insecurity that I think is part of the explanation for the success of the New Democratic Party tonight.
All right, we're going to leave it at that. Bob Rae, thanks for taking some time with us tonight. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you, Peter.
And
good to be with you, and I look forward to chatting with you again.
All right, Bob Rae from the Liberal Party of Canada, one of the 34 MPs that at this point seem to be heading back to Ottawa. Well, let's move back to Montreal. Gilles Duceppe is now off the bus and into the room with his supporters, heading towards the podium to give his remarks to his supporters on a disastrous night for the Bloc. They're down to just 2 seats right now. He is not one of them. He's lost his seat. We're going to keep watching the pictures. Let me try and bring in Jamie Watt and David Hurley. For a night like this, when the leader loses, the party gets devastated. It must be unbelievably difficult to then head out towards a stage to have to speak to the supporters you've got. Jamie, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think this is one of the time when leaders hope that they have advisors that they know well and who that they can close the door with and really talk the truth and talk turkey with them. It's a very tough time. Decisions have to be made very quickly. Personally, it's not for me to, for example, give either Mr. Ignatieff or Mr. Duceppe advice, but pretty tough in my experience when I've had to advise leaders who've lost their own seats to even hang on after a night like this. It's a little bit like planning a funeral. You don't want to talk about it too much in advance, but if you wait until the event occurs, you've got a lot to do in a really short time. You don't always make the best decisions.
David?
I think it's probably easier when a leader has a group of people around that they're very comfortable with and feel very close to. They can have these kinds of hard conversations. I'm not sure who in Mr. Ignatieff's entourage would be able to have that kind of conversation with him tonight. But, you know, certainly in these circumstances, you really have to level with people about what the reaction in the party is going to be to them attempting to stay on, what the prospects are for public recovery. And, you know, candidates tend to delude themselves about these things, and it's really the job of the people that are closest to them and who care about them most, and giving them advice that's really in their best interest.
All right. Well, Gilles Duceppe getting you know, a warm welcome from those who are in attendance to hear what he has to say tonight. They all realize this is an end of an era. This is Gilles Duceppe's 8th election campaign. He was the first Bloc Québécois MP elected in Ottawa. It was in a by-election, and he has won re-election 7 times since then. But tonight, in his 8th try, he loses his own seat, and the Bloc loses almost all of its representation. I mean, 2 seats, that's not even a rump anymore. You're down to basically nothing. 2 seats for the Bloc Québécois, the end of a particular kind of era in Ottawa on the part of Quebec sovereignists. How this changes the big national story is still to be determined. Was this a rejection of sovereignty? Is it the end of the separatist era in Quebec. Well, people have regretted making those kind of predictions before in the past, including Pierre Trudeau, who once said separatism is dead. That was before a couple of referendums. So these things don't always happen the way certain people predict. But for Gilles Duceppe, a lot of hands to shake tonight, a lot of tears being shed, one assumes, in that room after the kind of disastrous performance the party has had. Wendy Mesley's here, has been following Quebec for many years now and was watching it all tonight. Those are the kind of questions, I guess, that are going to come up in terms of what this devastating loss, not only for Duceppe but his party, means.
Well, what strikes me isn't really even what happens to the Bloc or what happens to him as leader. What strikes me is that once again, Quebec, well, the rest of Canada has gone one way and Quebec has voted for another. Once again, they will not have representation in the government in Ottawa. Now it's a majority government. Stephen Harper had only 11 Quebec MPs, pretty slim pickings for his cabinet. Most of those have been defeated tonight. He has very little fodder for a cabinet. In the 2006-2008, Stephen Harper really reached out to Quebec. He tried to form a majority government. And this time it was really, his approach was benign neglect towards Quebec, and he won anyway. And so now that those ties really have been cut, as Quebec has gone one way and the rest of the country has gone another, will he be even less affectionate towards Quebec? He obviously doesn't need Quebec to form a majority government. And so, people are talking about, could this be the end of the sovereignty movement in Quebec? I think it actually could be the beginning of something even more complicated. There are very murky waters ahead, and perhaps, the PQ is going to be pointing to this tonight to say Stephen Harper is the most deeply unpopular leader in Quebec history, federal leader, and now he has been massively approved in Quebec, outside of Quebec.
All right, Gilles Duceppe has now finally made it up to the microphone in this room in Montreal, where he'll speak to his supporters and give some indication of how he reads what this decision on the part of Quebecers tonight to basically toss out the Bloc as the leading party on the federalist scene in Quebec. Let's listen in.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone. About 20 years ago, the constituents of my riding gave their confidence to me for the first time. This year, you decided differently. Not you necessarily, but the voters decided differently. We need to recognize this. I had the honor of representing you during all of those years, and I would thank you for this. Thank you very profoundly. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I would also thank Milan. My children, Alexis, Emily, and their partner, Janelle Milen, and all of the families that are here among you tonight. I would also say a word to all of the candidates of the Bloc Québécois who worked very hard. They worked very hard. Regardless of the result, you can be proud of yourselves, and I am proud of all of our candidates. I would also like to thank all of the activists within Laurier Sainte-Marie who did some extraordinary work throughout these years and who are here with us tonight. Thank you very much.
I would also like to salute the leaders of the other parties, Mr. Harper, Mr. Layton. No.
Madame Ignatieff, Madame May.
Mr. Ignatieff and Ms. May. I would also like to salute Mr. Ignatieff.
Je salue Madame Ignatieff.
I, for that matter, would salute Mrs. Ignatieff.
Et Madame May, excusez-moi.
And
Excusez-moi.
Mrs. May.
Aucune blague. Je salue
I
également
would also like to salute all of the candidates for the other parties that participated in this significant democratic exercise. Congratulations to all of you.
les Québécois.
I would
Les
thank
Québécoises
Quebecers
qui nous ont appuyés.
who supported us. I would thank you from the bottom of my heart. As always, voters had the last word, and they expressed a very deep desire for change. The Bloc won 6 consecutive victories. This time, Quebecers wanted to try something else, and we accept this will, which was very clearly expressed. The Liberals and the Conservatives, who closed the door on Quebec a long time ago, also were rejected by Quebecers. Many of those who supported the NDP wanted to give a final chance to a Federalist Party in Quebec. Mr. Layton promised to show a great deal of openness to Quebec. Quebecers are now within their rights to expect change, a concrete recognition of the Quebec nation. Any breakthrough for Quebec would be welcome. My friends, democracy has spoken. I respect this choice, and I assume responsibility for it. I assume responsibility on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. As a result, I would announce that I am leaving my position. In the coming days, the administration of the party will meet to decide on next steps. I am leaving, but others will follow until Quebec becomes a country. Any nation always finds within itself the strength that it needs to declare itself. And what Quebec needs to do is become a free country.
All right, Gilles Duceppe signaling right away that he will be stepping down within the next couple of days as leader of the Bloc Québécois. He's lost his seat. His party has been more than decimated, down to 2 seats now only in the House of Commons. So no longer a factor really of any kind in federal politics in this country after having been such a dominant factor for so long. The Bloc Québécois at 2 seats. Let's bring in the at-issue panel, Andrew Allen and Chantal, to try and get a sense of what this means. Chantal, you start us, first of all, on the Bloc. We've got about 10 or 15 minutes, we're told, before Jack Layton will appear to speak, so we've got an opportunity to cover a few bases here. But what does this mean, first of all, in terms of the future of the discussion about sovereignty, about separation in the province of Quebec?
This, Peter, is the worst score that sovereigntist on any ballot has had since 1976 when the PQ formed its first government. A month and a half ago, Gilles Duceppe was by far the most popular sovereigntist in Quebec, outranking Pauline Marois in popularity, and now he has lost the seat and he is down to 2 votes. The sheer notion of a presence in Ottawa for the sovereigntist is now out the window. One of those 2 MPs who was elected tonight has never sat in the House of Commons. There is no money coming into that party, no official party status. It immediately reflects on Pauline Marois. It was only 3 weeks ago that the Parti québécois held a very successful convention. They thought they gave her a big mandate, promised Quebecers to reopen the language debate. You cannot help but think that these results are not divorced from that reality. We live in a world where all of this takes place at the same time. Mr. Duceppe was front and center, saying how with a lot of blocistes in Ottawa, the march to sovereignty would resume as numbers sank the next day. So for the Bloc Québécois and the Parti québécois to turn around now and say, well, Stephen Harper is going to have at it with Quebec and Jack Layton will not protect the province, very, very hard, big credibility gap. To Mr. Harper's leadership, he is unpopular in Quebec, has been for a long time. But over his tenure, sovereignty and support for it has never gone up. It has stayed below 40%. It has brought about a night like this. So while Quebecers disagree with Stephen Harper's directions, they have been having that discussion on the progressive versus conservative tableau, and picking the NDP was a logical choice. Their difference was not, as Mr. Duceppe was suggesting, that because Quebec is Quebec, it should go away. It was that Quebec's values are not those of Stephen Harper, and they are progressive values, and Jack Layton has them. To Mr. Layton, he will have to come back in 4 years showing Quebecers a party that can become government and can win enough votes to do that in the rest of Canada. And if Mr. Layton is still leader, it will be an asset to the NDP. If he is not, the New Democrats should be under no illusion that the NDP won Quebec tonight. Jack Layton won Quebec tonight. So before the NDP becomes very independent versus the Liberals, it should probably keep in mind that in Quebec, a recast party that would include Liberals would probably do as well or better than the NDP did tonight.
All right, Andrew.
I think the turmoil in Quebec politics continues. In recent years, we've had surges now of the ADQ, very different ideologically than the NDP, to say the least. We've got the strong show of interest in François Legault's new grouping, which is also center-right. I think the point that David Hurley made earlier was very right, that the Quebec politics is in play now. Chantal's absolutely right that a lot of this is located in Layton's message and his appeal and his personality, and particularly of this is the most efficient vehicle for, as it turned out, to push the bloc out. Now I think there's a lot to be played for, and I don't think it's at all clear which direction Quebec is going to go ideologically. What it may eventually settle down to is much more conventional right-left politics.
Do you want to weigh in on this, Al?
Well, I mean, on the surface, it's hard to believe you couldn't be happy if you're a Federalist with the notion of the BQ's demise. Similarly, if you're a New Democrat, you have to be happy with the notion that you're over 100 seats and you're moving to Stornoway. But underneath that, I mean, first off is, you know, Jack Layton's going to have 59 new Quebec members. Probably 48 of them he's never laid his eyes on before, let alone knows what their name is. And they're going to create an entirely new dynamic for a party that is celebrating its 50th year. They don't have any strong tradition of advancing Quebec nationalism, and that's going to put some real pressure on them. The other thing I think that you have to take into account is that sovereignist sentiment has been depressed for the last decade, really. But when it comes up is when there's a sense of grievance. And the grievance comes up when there's a sense of us, them. In a perverse way, the BQ actually provided a safety valve for Quebecers in the House of Commons because they always had their guys there. Now, their guy lives in Toronto. And the extent to which things don't go well with the federal government vis-a-vis Quebec, they won't have that same safety valve there. So there's a long way of saying, entirely different dynamic that's going to take place in Parliament, in the New Democratic Party, and in the country.
Well, he does live in Toronto, but part of the reason they kind of liked him is he's a favorite son. He grew up in Hudson. He got a record.
Actually, a lot of them don't realize that. What they do know, though, is that he's got Quebec instincts. He knows which side of the street is dangerous and how to go around it, and he needs no guidance on that. And that is why he's done so well. But that won't be enough. For all that we hear tonight about the NDP, I agree with David Early that the Liberals could be back in play with a different leader in 4 years if the NDP looks like it's not up to that official opposition task. Look at what happened to the ADQ in the National Assembly. They almost came to power, and then they were wiped out because they weren't up to the job of official opposition.
All right, I got to stop you there. We're going to rejoin this conversation in a moment. But I want to, first of all, show you the riding in British Columbia, Elizabeth May's riding, because breaking news here, not only she won her seat, but by winning it, it means she will be in the next leaders' debate at the next election in 2015. So Elizabeth May wins in Saanich Gulf Islands in British Columbia. That is a take from the Conservatives, and it's another defeat for a Conservative cabinet minister. Listen, there's no doubt this is a big night for the Tories. They've won a majority government, but they've lost a number of cabinet ministers now, most of them low profile with the exception of the Foreign Affairs Minister, Lawrence Cannon. But another one tonight, Elizabeth May takes out a Conservative cabinet minister in her third attempt to get into the House of Commons, this time successful, and she heads to Ottawa. And she will be a voice to be heard in Ottawa. She won't get an opportunity every day at question period, but when she does talk, you know she will be heard. She's good at that. Well, we're going to pause once again for a second to allow some of you watching on CBC television from Quebec to the West Coast to get local details. The national story will continue to unfold on CBC News Network. And in 3 minutes' time, we'll all be back together again. So stick with us. Lots more to come here on CBC.
Thank you, Peter. I'm Dwight Drummond.
And I'm Anne-Marie Medawake. You can see the whole story of this federal election, and it's an exciting one right here in the GTA. On their way to a majority government, the Conservatives gaining as many as 17 seats in our region, and the NDP has gained 6 on their way to becoming the official opposition. So keep this in mind. All of those gains are at the expense of Liberals.
None bigger than this, and we're still watching it for you. In Etobicoke Lakeshore, Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff still trailing by more than 2,000 votes against newcomer Bernard Trottier. And Willowdale, Conservative Chun Sing-Lung beats Liberal incumbent Martha Hall Findlay, another familiar name going down there, Anne-Marie.
I want to give our viewers a chance to see what this all looks like. We heard a lot about the fact that the GTA was always red. So this is what the map, the political map, looked like back in 2008 after the election. This is what it looks like so far tonight. Not quite like that. Those colors change from red, where you see. Let's try that again. This is what it looks like. Okay, we'll show it to you later. A lot of them have changed to blue, as we've been telling you. So let's give you an idea who the newly elected MPs are from our region. There you go, and we'll give you a chance to see some of those newly elected MPs. Let's start in Ajax Pickering. Conservative Chris Alexander has won, and that is a gain for the Conservatives, of course, over Mark Holland, a very visible Liberal in that riding. Over in Brampton West, Conservative Kyle Seaback wins, and that's a gain. Seaback and Kanya were facing one another in the last election, and that win for Kanya was only 230 votes last time. Kyle Seaback is leading right now with more than 6,000 votes. In York Centre, Conservative Mark Adler has beaten incumbent Ken Dryden, star candidate there, and that, of course, is another gain for the Conservatives. In Eglinton Lawrence, the Battle of the Joes, Conservative Joe Oliver has beaten Liberal incumbent Joe Volpe, a popular Liberal in that riding. He has had that seat since 1988. Up in Brampton Springdale, another close race and another rematch. Conservative Parm Gill wins over Liberal incumbent Ruby Dalla. And for the NDP, well, here's some of their new faces. Beaches East York, NDP Matthew Kelway wins over Liberal incumbent Maria Mina. And in Davenport, the NDP Andrew Cash has also won over the Liberal incumbent Mario Silva. Again, a popular Liberal there. So we're going to throw it over to Dwight. Let's go through some more ridings. Dwight?
All right, we just have a little bit of time left, but we want to give you a couple of results right now. Toronto Danforth, these are some of the big names. NDP leader Jack Layton has won his seat. Parkdale High Park, Peggy Nash got her seat back from Gerard Kennedy, and we'll give you one more for the Conservatives. Going up to Whitby, Oshawa incumbent Finance Minister Jim Flaherty has won his seat. We'll be back with a complete wrap on the results from Toronto and the GTA in just a few minutes. Let's send it back to Peter.
All right, we haven't heard from Rex for a few minutes. Actually, for a little longer than a few minutes.
It's a great mercy, isn't it? I know it is, Peter. I know it is.
What do you make of this historic night? Historic on a lot of fronts. You know, Tories finally win their majority. You've got the NDP over 100, the Liberals under 20% in the share of the vote, and the Bloc wiped out. I mean, where do you want to start?
I think I'd start with the Liberals, only because of their great historic, their antiquity. I still can't digest that they managed to bring it down to 34 seats. This party, this is the party in the current generation of Pierre Trudeau, all the great stars and all the great minds. Now that great vein of thought, never mind of presence, is at least temporarily removed utterly from the scene. Secondly, I'll echo Mr. Hurl, his comments that now that the Bloc is dissolved, there is room for debates that incorporate truly national themes in national elections. We don't have national elections in the last 10 or 15 years. We have regional elections under the umbrella of a common campaign. The Bloc was a large reason for that. The other part here is Stephen Harper himself. Like Mulroney, he seems to have a shell of great animosity that people bring towards him. Those that don't like him a hell of a lot. And here he is tonight. He's got 165 or 160. He's proved the fact that he does know how to win the country. But whether someone that has that many angles in him is going to be easily accepted, even with a majority. This is another dynamic that's at play here. And I watched Mr. Ignatieff and his speech. It was a very effective kind of, if I can bring up another word, elegiac speech. It was a very nice little speech.
Okay, wait a minute. Can you Google that for me?
I'll Google it later. We pass it on. But it was.
You just make these things up.
I do. I make them up all the time. And I also watched Mr. Ray, who obviously, again, is very alert to the possibility that the Liberal Party is at absolute crucial moment of its existence. It could cease to exist. And that's an amazing thing. The last point I'll make is the same that the at-issue panel had made, that the NDP in Quebec will now be a much more examined party. And why it was that the complete dissolution of the Bloc almost exclusively went to the NDP is because the NDP already have, besides being progressive, a number of positions that slide close to asymmetric federalism, nationalism in Quebec. What party is the NDP after tonight? It's a very good question.
Well, why don't we go and ask the at-issue panel then?
I think you should go over to the at-issue panel. Start with Chantal on that one.
Well, you know what? We're only a couple of minutes away from Jack Layton taking the stage on a triumphant night for the NDP. There's no question about that. When they got over 100 seats, their biggest total before that was only 43. So what's the message from Jack Layton other than elation tonight? What does he have to say? Because he's in the face, Andrew, of a Conservative majority government now. Lots of advice going out to him for the other leaders of the way he should act. What should his message be there tonight?
He has an opportunity, frankly, to put a kill shot into the Liberal Party tonight by reaching out to the center. There's a lot of conventional wisdom out there already that we're going to see polarized two-party politics. That's not often what you see in two-party systems. You see two parties reaching for the center. The Liberal Party, the existential problem of the Liberal Party is there a place for a centrist party in Canadian politics anymore, or are they to be like the Liberal Party of Great Britain? I think they can. They've got to redefine what the center is. Either they do or somebody else has to. But Layton, if he's smart, will be reaching out, as he did in that great speech in Quebec that he made at that large rally, reaches out to the center, expanding the base. I think that's the message he has to do tonight.
Alan, you want to pick up on that?
Well, I don't think that is what he'll do. I think he'll stand himself up as a fighter, as a guy who's going to hold a majority government to account, a government that even when they were in minority ignored many democratic principles and now run the prospect of running roughshod over democracy in Canada, and show himself to be that bulwark against the 60% or for the 60% who clearly don't want Stephen Harper government. So, and in some ways, in majority government, it'll be easier for him to play that role because he doesn't have to run this risk of, will they say I'm chicken? Will they say I'm compromising my positions by supporting a government, which someone has to do in a minority situation, and instead, literally, work on holding them to account.
All right, just before you start, Chantal, I got to warn you that Elizabeth May is heading towards the podium in her riding in British Columbia. We want to hear, well, there she is now, but she's not there yet. As soon as she gets there, she looks like she's having fun getting there. But Chantal...
let me just say that whatever Mr. Layton does, he has to speak to his base because, strangely enough, this biggest victory is also one of the worst things that have to have happened from the point of view of the NDP base. Here you have a majority government. I would argue that for many of them, a Harper majority is actually worse than losing the free trade battle. And he's going to have to speak to that because he's going to be told it's an empty victory, that he's actually won double the seats and won Quebec, but he has helped Stephen Harper get a majority.
All right, let's listen into Elizabeth May. She's just starting to speak out on Vancouver Island to a happy crowd of Green supporters as they get their first MP. I guess technically it's their second MP. There was that floor crossover at the end of the last Parliament. But this is their first elected MP, and it's their leader, Elizabeth May. Let's listen.
boisterous bar on Salt Spring Island where I called the gang there. And I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. Marilyn Rediva was up here earlier, our volunteer coordinator, herself a volunteer, coordinating the work. And listen to this, Canada. Listen to this. Coordinating the work of the 1,000 volunteers on the Saanich Peninsula, the 700 volunteers on Salt Spring Island, and altogether 2,000 volunteers from Saanich Gulf Islands who today made history. Today we proved that Canadians want change in politics. We ran a very, and then I think Canadians need to know this, I think we all know this, we ran a very nonpartisan campaign. We ran a cooperative campaign. I need to start by sharing with you that I had a very gracious telephone call just moments ago from Gary Lunn congratulating me on this victory. I also need to acknowledge, and I'm sure you'll join me in thanking Renee Hetherington and Edith Loring Kayunga for very fine campaigns for their parties. I stand here today as the first elected Green Member of Parliament in Canadian history. As I've been throughout this campaign, as all of us are, to rejecting the politics of cynicism and fear, to embracing hope, to respect and bringing respect back to our House of Commons. I will never shrink from speaking truth to power, nor will I embrace the politics of spin. We need hope over fear. We need compassion over competition. We need to recognize that Canadians deserve a government where 308 MPs figure out how to work together. Whether a majority or a minority, we are 308 MPs, and we are elected to serve the people of Canada, not any one political ideology. And I can't, as it is obvious, I can't name everybody who's been volunteering. It's been the most inspiring thing in my life to see, as Marilyn said, people get up and join me if it's 6 o'clock in the morning in pouring rain to wave at morning commuters, to go door to door, and Bill Davidson, the champ of door-to-door canvassers. And all the people who've been, and I really need to thank the youngest, probably, campaign manager to ever make history in this fashion, with no previous campaigns he's ever managed, Jonathan Dickey. And I want to say that this campaign has been about commitment, passion, enthusiasm, and an excitement that we could all feel sweeping through the riding, that we could actually do something different, that we could break with traditions and old voting habits, that we could decide to embrace what's possible and even what's impossible. And throughout the campaign, whenever someone would say to me, but you're up against, lots of experience, you're up against a well-oiled machine, more than once it's occurred to me one of my favorite phrases, which is, of course, that amateurs built the Ark, professionals built the Titanic. I'm so proud of all our young voters, all those like my daughter who voted for the first time today. Thank you. I have to thank the people who came to us from across the political spectrum, from Don Scott, who was once an NDP MLA, to the quite heroic Fraser Smith. Thank you. I wouldn't be here standing here as your new Member of Parliament if not for thousands of people and all the voters and all the lawn signs, which some brave crew is going to go around and pick up tomorrow morning. We are truly blessed in Saanich Gulf Islands. We have the most magnificent natural beauty. We have a commitment to care for it. And every time I had people say to me, and over the last, as you can imagine, number of weeks and before that years, there was a great deal of telling me how really dumb it was to think that I could be elected in a place with so many seniors. And I just was thinking when Bill Henderson was rocking on the stage the other night, I was thinking, they don't get that our seniors are rocking.
All right, Elizabeth May speaking to her supporters on Vancouver Island. She's won election tonight, the first Green Party member to be elected to the House of Commons, and she is obviously pretty happy about that, thanking her supporters and those who worked on her campaign. Time to just go over quickly a couple of points, starting off with Michael Ignatieff. He now has officially lost his riding in Etobicoke Lakeshore. It hadn't looked good for him almost since the first poll was reporting, and tonight he goes down to defeat another one of those Liberals in the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, losing their seats to the Conservatives. The Conservatives now owning the Greater Toronto Area. They don't have all the seats, but they've got the majority of them, 30, at least 30 now, out of 44 seats. Let's, as we prepare now for Jack Layton, he's about to move into the Metropolitan Toronto Convention Centre, where the NDP are holding their victory party tonight. It is a victory for them. They are now the official opposition. They obviously haven't won the government, but it's pretty impressive numbers when you consider the most they'd ever had before was 43 seats. They got 60 more than that, 103, almost representing their increase, almost all of it coming from the province of Quebec. Before tonight, they only had one member in Quebec, and that was Thomas Mulcair. He spoke earlier to our Amanda Pfeffer. Let's see what he had to say then as we await Jack Layton.
I knew when I visited places like Sept-Îles, where we just won a beautiful victory in Manicouagan riding, when I was in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean with our great candidates who have just won 2 beautiful victories up there, that the NDP was able to represent that change in a very constructive and positive manner.
I noticed that you're losing your voice. Tell me about the last couple of days. One of the certainly challenges for the NDP was getting the vote out in Quebec. There hasn't traditionally been a very big machine here. What have been the last 2 days, a couple of days been like?
Well, it's been nonstop work. We've been working 18, 19 hours a day for 5 weeks, and it's as simple as that. And we've been meeting people and talking and working hard. I've been going around the province in addition to ensuring that I won in my own riding of Outremont, because we knew that we had an offer, a political offer that was connecting with Quebecers and their values.
I wanted to ask you about, you have some challenges with, I know you have some high-profile candidates, you have Francine Beauvais, etc., but you are going back with some candidates who have less experience. We know Madame Brosseau was criticized for going to
It's
Vegas.
always the same way with any political party. You know, when the Bloc used to elect 50 people, beyond the first 2 or 3 that you knew in the Bloc, name me 5 others. I mean, it's always the same way. We've got a core group of candidates with a lot of experience, a second concentric circle of people who have their own degree of experience in other areas, and some with less. But I mean, when you look at the younger people who get elected, they learn their trade very quickly.
Last question, then I'm wondering about going back. We have a Conservative majority likely. What are the challenges are going to be going back?
It's going to be tough, but we see that the more traditional left-right difference is going to be the one that's in play now. It's been this sort of artificial dividing line where the Bloc would be there on a constitutional issue, which is not a real defining issue in politics. It's social issues, it's economic issues that define differences. So that artificial dividing line, which has been there for 20 years, has melted away. They're no longer an official party in the Parliament of Canada. But we've got a lot of men and women who understand Quebec, who understand the need for Quebec to be respected and its jurisdiction and its competence to be respected. So we're going to have to do both. About half of the NDP caucus is going to be from Quebec. So we're going to work hard.
Next couple of days are going to be tough for you?
Well, the next 4 years are going to be tough for us because there's a lot of hard work to do, and we're going to be standing up against a blue machine that plays for keeps. So we know what we have ahead of us.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Thomas Mulcair in Montreal.
All right, Amanda, thanks very much. Thomas Mulcair will now be the leader of the Quebec caucus, one assumes, for the NDP when they get to Ottawa. And as he says, more than half the caucus, in fact, 60% of the caucus is going to be coming from Quebec. When you consider they only ever had the one seat before, and that was Mulcair himself. Who are all these people?
Very good question. There's an old story in Quebec that when Mulroney elected all of those Tories a long time ago, they showed up for work at the wrong Parliament building. I don't think it'll be good. That's probably not true. But
where's the other one? I didn't know there was another one.
In Quebec City.
Oh, they went to Quebec City, not to Ottawa.
Instead of going to Ottawa. But I'm sure there'll be maps handed out this time. Talk about going from 0 to 60. Let's look at the number of seats. They started with 1. And there they are at 59 seats in Quebec. And of course, we just saw Thomas Mulcair. They call him, they used to refer to NDP hopes in Quebec as being Mulcair and a prayer. Well, now he has 58 friends. He is obviously knows his way around the Hill, but who else is going to Ottawa? There are a couple with serious credentials, like Françoise Boivin from the riding of Gatineau, just across the river from Ottawa. She used to be with the Liberals, and happy for her, she's gone to the NDP. So she knows her way around. She used to be involved in the public service sector. Another interesting A person with some leadership experience is Romeo Saganash, who was elected in Abitibi Bay James Nunavik. It was said that an Aboriginal couldn't win in this riding, but he has. He is quite well respected. Then it starts to get interesting. There are a lot of teachers and psychologists and union leaders, and of course, this woman became famous during the campaign, Ruth Ellen Brosseau. She doesn't speak very much French. She's not known in the riding. She is a manager of a pub, co-manager, I think, of a pub in the Ottawa area. And
was this the one who was in Las Vegas?
She spent maybe not the entire campaign, but part of the campaign. Well, because they don't get very many holidays. She'd booked it before the campaign was booked.
So she could be the shadow cabinet minister for foreign affairs.
Or tourism, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so there will be a lot to learn. Yeah, a lot of teachers, a lot of union leaders, a lot of activists, and who knows, they may have a lot to bring, but they'll also have a lot to learn.
All right. Well, thanks, Wendy. That gives us at least a hint on some of those who are going to be arriving in Ottawa for the NDP. We want to keep an eye on what's happening in downtown Toronto because Jack Layton is making his way. Well, there he is right now. He's watching what appears to be a musical tribute to him that is playing in the room of NDP supporters on a big night for the history of this party. Earlier today, he was speaking to Ed Broadbent, who flew across the pond, as they say, came over from England today. He's in Ottawa, where he lives, obviously, in Ottawa. But he talked with Jack Layton earlier today when both knew that this had the potential of being a pretty big night for them. Both Jack Layton and his wife, Olivia Chow there, you saw her a little while ago, and Trinity Spadina accepting the support of her workers on her re-election tonight as well. All right, David Hurley, Jamie Watt, the insiders are watching once again on this one. Jack Layton has got, we've heard the at-issue panel giving their suggestions on the way Layton should approach this speech. What do advisors tell a leader in this kind of situation, David?
Well, you know, what's his objective for tonight? My belief about Jack Layton is that he's led a very strategic leadership of the New Democrats, and that strategy has been to do exactly what they have done tonight, which is to replace the Liberal Party as the alternate government in the country. And so I think that there was some wise advice from Andrew, I believe it was earlier on the at-issue panel, which is, if I was advising him, I'd tell him to talk to the Liberals. I'd tell him to cement the people that came over to him, talk to them in the language that they're comfortable with and that they're used to. This is the first day of a new political world for the NDP, and you know, they could be back to where they were pretty quickly should they blow this in Quebec and outside, but they also have an opportunity to put down some real roots, and if I was him, I would start that tonight. You
heard Bob Ray talking to us earlier, suggesting that some kind of widespread discussion does need to take place. The code in that seemed to be that he was open to the idea of talks, strategic talks between the two parties about a possible future together. Does that surprise you?
Well, it didn't surprise me that that's his view. It surprised me a little bit that he brought it up tonight, but I think that you know, that's going to be a point of view in the party, and you know, on the national, you've covered this story before. There are Liberals who feel that way. There are other Liberals who feel equally strongly, or many more, I think, Liberals who feel equally strongly the other way. I'd be very surprised if the Liberal Party ended up entering into any serious negotiations with the NDP about anything. I think the party has a little bit of fight left in it.
All right, Jamie, your thoughts on how Layton should approach this speech now, having written a few in your day for past leaders?
I think it's very important tonight, Peter, that Jack doesn't let his reach exceed his grasp. He's obviously got a spectacular victory on his hand, north of 100 seats. No one predicted, very few people predicted that. So he's got to celebrate that, build those bridges that we talked about, but at the same time, he didn't achieve his primary objective, which was to stop a majority Stephen Harper government. So on the one hand, he did very well, but on the other hand, he's still facing a majority government for the next 4 years.
I guess on the plus side, if you're going to lose, if you do lose to a majority government and you make a spectacular move forward like Layton and the NDP obviously have today, you've now got 4 years to plan your next move. and do it constructively with whatever kind of discussions perhaps take place with other parties, but also trying to sort out how you operate with a caucus that's now dominated from Quebec by first-time MPs. So Jack Layton moving forward now in the crowd as we watch, and we always see these things happen where reporters try, because that is their job, to get a comment, but the leaders often say, look, I want to talk to my supporters first of all, and I think that's just what he's saying right now. So let's see him head towards the podium area. Well, he's actually spending a little longer than usual there, talking to somebody. Been interesting to see how he's using his cane. He had that hip surgery just before the campaign. It's funny, when you think back 5 weeks, the topic of discussion was, how's Jack Layton going to move forward? He's had this hip surgery, he's been battling cancer for a year. How is that going to affect his campaign negatively? Well, in those first few days, it did seem to do just that, but certainly not in the last 5 weeks, as he's used that cane instead of a liability, but as an asset, waving it to the crowd as he's doing now. Let's listen in on this moment for Jack Layton.
Thank you.
You are amazing. Thank you for being here to celebrate. And let me tell you this. Spring is here, my friends, and a new chapter begins. In this campaign, New Democrats promised to get Ottawa working for you and your family. Tonight's Canadians responded in record numbers all across the land. Tonight, Canadians voted to improve health care. Public health care. You voted to strengthen retirement security and to lift every senior out of poverty. You voted to help families make ends meet. You voted to grow our economy with new jobs and new opportunities. And you voted to end the same old debates and political games. Ce soir, les Canadiens ont voté pour améliorer le régime public des soins de santé.
Public healthcare system.
Vous avez voté pour une meilleure sécurité des revenus de retraite.
Better and more secure retirement income. You voted to help families make ends meet.
Et vous avez voté pour
you voted for an
emplois
economy that offers new jobs and new opportunities.
Et vous avez voté pour
and
mettre fin
you also voted to put an end to the old political debates and games that came back again and again too often.
My friends, these are my commitments to you, and I will work every day to earn the trust that you have put in me and my team. Un peu plus tôt. Mes amis,
my friends,
you've got some pent-up enthusiasm here, it would seem. Well, we're going to put you all to work making change happen through the House of Commons. Un peu plus tôt, j'ai parlé à
A little
Stephen
earlier,
Harper
I
et
spoke
je
to
l'ai
Stephen Harper,
félicité
and I
pour sa
congratulated him
victoire.
on his
C'est
victory.
C'est un accomplissement
It was
non négligeable
a
et
considerable
une grande
accomplishment
responsabilité.
and an incredible
Je joins ma
responsibility.
voix à celle
I
de
add
tous
my
les
voice
Canadiens pour
to those
souhaiter
of all
une bonne
Canadians
chance à Monsieur Harper et je
to
lui
wish
ai
good
dit
luck to Mr.
que
Harper,
je serais
and I told
heureux
him
de travailler
that
avec
I would
son
be
parti
happy to
et
work
tous les
with his
partis
party and all
pour
parties
obtenir des résultats
in order
concrets
to
pour les
achieve
familles.
concrete results for families.
Et je lui ai partagé mon
And
désir
I also shared with him my desire
plus positif
to
et
adopt a more
respectueux
positive and
au
respectful
Parlement.
tone in Parliament.
Je compte bien tenir une rencontre avec
I
lui
plan on having a meeting with
dès que
him
ce serait possible.
as soon as
Discuter
possible in order
différents
to
moyens
discuss the different
d'obtenir des
means
résultats
of
pour les
obtaining
familles
results
canadiennes.
for Canadian families.
A short while ago, I spoke to Stephen Harper, and I congratulated him on his victory. It's a significant accomplishment, my friends, and a heavy responsibility. And I join all Canadians in wishing him well. I let Mr. Harper know that I look forward to working with his party, and in fact, all parties, to get things done for our families. And I shared with him my desire to bring a more positive and respectful tone to Parliament. I look forward to meeting with him as soon as possible to discuss how we can get results for Canadian families, because that's what should be going on in the House of Commons each and every day. I would also like to congratulate Michael Ignatieff on a hard-fought and respectful campaign. While the results were clearly not what he and the Liberals were hoping for, Mr. Ignatieff put forward a vision of Canada focused on strengthening health care and helping out families, and New Democrats share these values. And I look forward to working with our Liberal colleagues to make progress on these urgent priorities. I
would also offer my congratulations to Gilles Duceppe for the work that he did for many years. Despite the fact that we have different visions for the future of the country, we share the same faith in democracy and a thirst for a fairer society.
And to Elizabeth May, my sincere congratulations for the achievement tonight. My friends, Canadians have asked New Democrats to take on more responsibility in Parliament. For the first time in our history, they have asked us to serve as Canada's official opposition. Now, we're going to work very hard as New Democrats in the House of Commons each and every day to earn the trust that Canadians have placed in us. And I want to say that I've always favored proposition over opposition. But we will oppose the government when it's off track. And we'll support positive suggestions that will bring forward and support the government when it's making progress. As I have done throughout my public life, I will propose constructive solutions focused on helping Canadians. And we will do that in the best New Democrat tradition. We're going to focus on economic growth and fiscal responsibility. We're going to focus We're going to focus on lifting Canadians out of poverty. We're going to focus on tackling the crisis of climate change. We're going to focus on having Canada's voice be a voice for peace in the world. All of this in the context of responsible public management of our debt and making sure that the economy is managed the way it needs to be managed, with fairness as a fundamental principle. We're committed to making progress carefully and prudently, a practical step at a time, just as we have every time our party has assumed office in this country. Je dis à tous les Canadiens qu'ils peuvent compter sur nous pour assumer nos responsabilités avec humilité et fidélité par rapport à nos engagements.
Faithfulness with regard to our obligations. We're going to oppose the government with vigor if it is on the wrong path. And we will also support it when it helps Canada to make progress. We're going to offer positive and constructive suggestions every day in the House of Commons. Throughout my public life, I have, and I will continue to offer positive solutions to put our country on the right path.
You can count on New Democrats to bring people together across political and regional divides. You can count on us to begin building a new relationship with First Nations and Aboriginal Canadians. And you can count on us to ensure that Parliament is addressing the needs of new Canadians. We're going to focus on making life more affordable and reuniting families and giving a boost to small business. You can count on New Democrats to work to improve Canada's environmental sustainability and our standing in the world. You can count on us to ensure that our brave veterans get the respect and opportunities and care they deserve when they come home. And starting tomorrow morning, you can count on New Democrats to get down to work for Canadian families. My friends, Canadians have elected a new generation of New Democrat MPs from every part of our country. Women and men with experience in Parliament. Thank you. I want to tell you about our new members. These are women and men with experience in Parliament, at other levels of government, in their communities. Importantly, the people of Quebec have sent a large New Democrat team to Ottawa.
I would like to thank Quebecers for the trust that they placed in me and in my team. I would also like to say to all Quebecers that it's time for change, and we're going to bring about change. We heard your message, a message for change and for hope. As all other Canadians, you want Ottawa to work for your families and your communities. Your representatives in the NDP will fight every day and keep in mind the desire for change that you expressed and the hope that you hold. You express this very clearly, and we won't forget it, because this hope for a better life brings people together from across the country.
Now, my friends, there are many people to thank tonight, too many to name, but I will single out a few. First, thank you to the people of the great riding of Toronto Danforth. It has been a tremendous honor for me to serve, and I'm humbled that you once again have asked me to represent you in Parliament. To my wonderful wife, Olivia, and my member of Parliament, to my son Mike, my daughter Sarah, and their partners, and my wonderful little Beatrice, my granddaughter, who's here, still awake tonight. And to both my mom and Olivia's mom, thank you for your support and for your love. And to all of the candidates who stepped forward for the NDP, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To every candidate and volunteer from every party, your contribution strengthened our country and our democracy, and especially to the tens of thousands of young Canadians, some of whom voted for the very first time. You young Canadians are an inspiration and a source of hope for our country's future.
To all the candidates who ran a campaign for the NDP, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'd also like to thank the tens of thousands of young Canadians who got involved in this campaign. You're a source of inspiration for us all. I have greater confidence in the future of our country.
It's an historic night for New Democrats, and you should all take great pride in our achievement. But it's important to remember that tonight's result didn't come about in 35 days. It's been 50 years in the making. And I think of all the people who came before us, the millions of men and women who believed so passionately in a more fair society, and they refused to give up. Often in the face of overwhelming odds, we stand on the shoulders of these giants. Your voices have been heard tonight. The success we've achieved, my friends, in this election belongs to you. My friends, we live in the greatest country in the world. It's a country that was built through hard work and determination and the rock-solid belief that if we stick together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. It is the Canadian way, and tonight, Canadians voted to revive that spirit in Ottawa. Canadians voted out of hope for change, for a Canada where families come first and where no one is left behind. New Democrats will work to put that hope into action, because although the election is ended, the work has just begun. Ce soir, les Canadiens
This
ont voté
evening,
pour
Canadians
du changement à
voted for
Ottawa.
change
Ils
in
ont
Ottawa.
aussi voté pour
They also
l'espoir,
voted
le
for hope,
progrès, la
for progress,
coopération.
cooperation,
Tout ça dans l'intérêt
all of
commun.
this
Ils
in
nous
the
ont
common
demandé
interest.
clairement
They
de
asked us
porter ces
clearly
valeurs au
to
Parlement,
bring
et
these
nous
values
allons
to
être
Parliament,
le moyen
and we
par
are
lequel
going to
cette
be
nouvelle
the means
approche
through
va
which this
faire
new
son
approach
entrée à
will
Ottawa.
make its entry into Ottawa.
Maintenant, mes amis,
Now, my friends,
maintenant que la campagne est
now
terminée,
that the
nous
campaign
allons
is
nous
at an
mettre à la
end,
tâche
we're
d'obtenir des
going
résultats pour
to
chacun
get down to
d'entre
work
vous.
and to obtain
Parce que ce
results
soir,
for each one of you.
vous avez
This
démontré
evening,
que vous
you
n'acceptiez-
demonstrated
n'acceptiez plus la
that you would
politique
no
telle
longer
qu'elle était
accept
pratiquée,
politics
que vous
as it was being
méritez
practiced,
mieux et que
that you
vous
deserve
voulez
more,
recommencer
and that
à
you
croire
wanted to
en
start
ceux
again
qui vous
to
représentent.
believe in
Tommy
those who
Douglas
represent you.
said, Tommy Douglas, our first leader, said, "Dream no little dreams." And I've always taken that to heart. Step by step, working together, we can build the Canada we want, a country worthy of the hopes and dreams of those young Canadians who said no to the same old cynicism, to the negativity, to the politics of usual. And they said yes to a Canada where anything is possible, where we all stick together and no one is left behind. So, my friends, it's time to roll up our sleeves and get down to work, and let's not stop until the job is done. Thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup.
An historic night for the NDP and for Jack Layton, saying that he will be aggressive in opposition, opposing when needed, but he also wants to reach out, sending a variety of different signals tonight to show that he's ready for the next 4 years as leader of the official opposition. Jack Layton, Olivia Chow, talking to supporters in downtown Toronto, waving the cane that has been the symbol of his campaign. At first, it looked like a major problem for him, that cane would indicate some sign of weakness. However, in the last 3 or 4 weeks, he's waved it like a weapon, and he's certainly used it to pick up seats in different parts of the country, just especially in the province of Quebec. Let's try and put this together in terms of some numbers to show you how the NDP have achieved official opposition status tonight with their 103 seats, where they've done it in different parts of the country. Have a look at this. This shows you the party's strength right across the country. And they, you know, with the exception of Prince Edward Island and Saskatchewan, the NDP are represented in every province, one of the 3 territories. Major power, though, is in the province of Quebec. Look at that, 59 seats. Now look at the share of the vote in different parts of the country for the NDP. Here you go. The big percentage is once again in Quebec at 43%. In Ontario, 25.8. All these numbers are historic highs in many ways for the NDP. Big numbers. 46% in the Northwest Territories is actually their biggest share of vote in any of the regions of the country. But overall, they're over 30% shows the NDP. Let's check in with the insiders, Jamie Watt and David Hurley, to see what their sense of that speech was. Was that the message, you know, that the Jack Layton wanted to make? It sounded, well, Andrew was saying it was a statesman's speech. What did you make of it, David?
He might have overread his mandate a little bit. It sounded like he thought he perhaps had more influence and power than he does. This has been a great night for the NDP as a party, and they're entitled to their internal celebration. But for the millions of people who voted for them hoping that the Harper Conservatives would be defeated, this is not a happy occasion. And I think that he probably missed the tone of that a little bit, but frankly, it's hard to begrudge them a big celebration on a night like tonight, and that was a hell of a good-looking rally.
Jamie.
I think for the NDP, it's never going to get better than it is tonight. It is absolutely the zenith, the top of the Mount Kilimanjaro of the excitement and joy that they're going to have, and no one should take that away from them. But I do agree with David. I mean, he is, after all, now the guy that gets to ask the lead-off question to the Prime Minister, the question the Prime Minister doesn't actually have to answer. Majority is a very, very powerful tool, and in some ways, despite his incredible seat gain, he actually has less influence and less power than he did when this whole thing was started. Calibrating that to a speech in a huge room full of supporters, very tough thing to do. So if it wasn't quite right tonight, I think that'll be a sobering thing that'll come in the days ahead, even if it was missed tonight a little bit.
All right. Thanks to the two of you on that one, and we'll get ready for the next and final speech of the evening from Stephen Harper. We'll get your thoughts on that one as well. I want to just update you on one thing. There's been a lot of talk throughout this election campaign as to what the turnout would be like. We hit a historic low the last time round. In 2008, it was under 59%. In a country that used to be used to high 60s and 70s as a turnout figure. So far, and there's still some votes being counted, so you have to keep that in mind, but it's going to be better than it was last time, but it's not going to be a lot better. More than 13 million, almost 14 million votes cast today. That's going to put the turnout rate somewhere around 61%, with still some votes to be counted. So keep that in mind, but a turnout rate, an improvement over last time around. There'd been a lot of expectation, though, that there might be a very big turnout this time. That turnout, it's shaping up to be better than last time, but not better than 2006, still in the low 60s. Okay, let's check in with Amanda Lang, who's been monitoring online for us tonight to see what people are saying, and especially on the issue of student vote.
Peter, I want to catch up with what the students did vote. These are non-voting kids. These are kids under the age of 18, and there were a lot of them. 500,000 of them participated across 3,400 schools. So how did what they thought was going to happen stack up against what did happen? Well, they certainly did think that the Conservatives would be in government, but they thought it would be a minority parliament. They did think that the NDP would do wonderfully well, but not quite as well as this. They put them at 113. Liberal Party, they also sort of did predict a decline for the Liberals, but not nearly as bad as what turned out. And in fact, they were generous to the Bloc as it turned out. But that's pretty prescient when you consider what they were targeting for the Bloc there. On the percentage basis, similarly, you know, they weren't quite on here. They didn't give the Conservatives as much credit as they wound up getting. They didn't give the NDP as much credit as they wound up getting, and you know, the Liberals actually wound up roughly where they were. So these are kids who were giving a sense, when you consider what the polls were suggesting, this is a lot more accurate than a lot of those. We do want to take this moment to say that there's plenty of still information that you can find online at cbc.ca/Canada Votes. There's a live chat that's been going on for a couple of hours now that's pretty fun, and a whole lot of other riding by riding information that you can participate in and check out, including the stats on voter turnout, Peter.
All right, Amanda, thanks very much. Let's stay at that end of the studio with Evan Solomon, who has been trying to break down for us in his own artistic fashion how what happened tonight happened. So give us the latest up.
Well, as you know, Peter, it's been difficult to put our fingers on this before it happened, but now we can do it because the results are in. I'm just going to show you some results that show where the vote split broke to the Conservatives in key ridings across the country. Let's start in the Atlantic provinces. Madawaska-Restigouche, here's a riding where Bernard Valcourt, we talked about him, gosh, it seems like a long time ago there. My ink's running dry almost. And, you know, defeating a Liberal. What I wanted to talk about here was that split again, that all the splits tonight went to the Conservatives when they gained those 3 seats in the Atlantic provinces, and then, of course, in Ontario. But there's the split there, canceling each other out and sending votes to the Conservatives. Let's look at another riding here as we move westward across the country. And, of course, this is where the story really unfolded. In Ontario, we all talked about where would the splits be and would they all go Conservatives, and they did. And here's a riding, Scarborough Centre. Once again, just look at how close those splits are between the NDP and the Liberal there. They're within about 600 votes of each other. We said when they cancel out, it drives votes for the Conservatives, and that happened all through Ontario. Here's a high-profile riding. People will recognize this name. Again, this is York Centre. Here's one where Ken Dryden, look at the splits there again. Ken Dryden was the incumbent there. 6,000 votes still separate with the NDP, but again, that's an increase for the NDP and sentence Mark Adler. There's a split. And then let's go right across to British Columbia, and here's a riding that we've talked about a fair bit, Vancouver South. And again, Ujjal Dosanjh losing. Again, there's another one of examples of those splits. Remember, he only won by 22 votes in the last election, but he loses this time by, in the lead right now, over 2,600. So all across the country, we talked about this, the splits had to break, especially in the province of Ontario, to the Conservatives if they were going to get that majority, and they almost broke all the way. So you had that orange wave, especially in Quebec, but in the key places like Ontario and BC, it works for the Conservatives, and that's how they'll build their majority. And we'll be analyzing those riding by ridings, how that happened. Peter.
All right, Evan, thanks very much. Earlier we broke it down for you how the NDP has done across the country, but now let's look at how the Conservatives have done, because they are the new majority government. We're awaiting Stephen Harper's entrance to the hall in Calgary to hear his speech, but let's have a look and see exactly how they did right across the country. The Conservatives represented now in every single province of the country, a true national party. One seat in Newfoundland and Labrador, it's in Labrador. PEI, they have one seat. Nova Scotia 4. In New Brunswick, 8 of the 10 seats in New Brunswick go to the Conservatives. In Quebec, they only got 6. They've lost 5 seats in Quebec on this night, but they still have 6. 72 in Ontario. It's the money shot for the Conservatives. It's built that majority for them tonight as they win 72 of the 106 seats in Ontario. In Manitoba, 11, Saskatchewan, 13, Alberta, 27 of the 28, and in BC, 21. They've got one in Yukon, one in Nunavut, and they lose that seat in the Northwest Territories to the NDP. But when you're trying to build a national party, you want representation in all the provinces, all the regions of the country. The Conservatives have it when you look at that graphic. Now, in terms of the vote strength in different parts of the country, overall they're looking at 40% or just under at 39.6, and you see the numbers right across the country. They're pretty impressive. The highest total, as it always seems to be, is in Alberta at over 67%, but they've got big numbers elsewhere. They got, 41, over 41 in PEI, even though they won just one seat, but it's usually just a two-party race in Prince Edward Island anyway between the Conservatives and the Liberals. 44.5% in Ontario, which is a big number for them, over 50% in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan, and almost 50% in British Columbia. Okay, that gives you an idea of how the Conservatives have built their majority government as a national party with representation in every province and 2 of the 3 territories. We're going to go to Montreal and hear a little from the interview with Justin Trudeau that was taken a little while ago. Jennifer Hull did this interview for us. Let's hear what Justin Trudeau had to say.
Peter, it was expected to be a close night for Justin Trudeau, but in fact it has been a resounding victory. So Justin, first of all, congratulations to you.
Thank you, but most of the hard work was done by my team around me, by an army of volunteers who believed in what we were fighting for as a community, as a team, and I'm extremely grateful.
You have certainly managed to buck the national trend for the Liberals tonight. We heard Michael Ignatieff a little earlier saying there are lessons to be learned from what Canada has said tonight. What are those lessons for your party?
For me, the lessons I draw are mostly the lessons I learned here in Papineau, that building links of confidence and of friendship with the people on the ground, working hard in the community centers, being all about serving the community is the way to earn the trust of Canadians. And what we had tonight was a lot of people trying to reach out to change, get away from the bloc, which is a good step. I think that massive numbers of Quebecers have chosen to participate once again in the national dialogues in this country and be part of a national party. To be honest, I would have rather they've chosen the Liberal Party, but the progressive values that they've expressed, will be a nice counterpoint to an unfortunate Conservative majority.
As you look at your party going forward, a lot of people are going to say leadership needs to be a key issue to be looked at now. Michael Ignatieff saying he'll stay on. You know your name is always raised in many circles when they talk about the next leader. What do you think needs to happen on that front for your party, and would you be willing to be that man?
I think the party needs to focus on, one of the things that worked well right here, which was leadership from the ground up. I don't think it's time to change leaders. I'm proud of Michael Ignatieff having the courage to say that he will stay on as long as the party wants him to stay on. And as for next steps for me, I have honestly no idea. I'm just, celebrating the victory here tonight with the people of Papineau.
All right, Justin Trudeau, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Peter, a victory for Justin Trudeau, but he certainly is one of the few Liberal voices left standing here in Quebec tonight. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Jennifer, thanks very much. And in fact, he's one of the few Liberal voices left standing at all on a night like this. Only 34, the fewest number of members they've ever had in the House of Commons. Interesting, though, his answer quite diplomatic on the leadership thing, suggesting that Michael Ignatieff should stay as long as he wants. Michael Ignatieff said he'll stay as long as the party wants him to stay. Bob Rae was interesting on that point, suggesting that those are the kind of discussions that need to take place fairly soon over the next few days about the leadership issue. All right, we are now going to go to a couple of ridings. So I think this is interesting because remember where Terry Molesky was talking to Jason Kenney earlier in the evening. He said he really hadn't checked yet on his own riding. This will give you an indication why he doesn't need to check. In his Alberta riding, the Minister of Immigration wins tonight by almost 37,000 votes. Calgary Southeast, there's still a few polls to be reported there, but he wins with a big number. And that's the second highest gap in the country. Another Alberta Conservative won by 38,000, and in third place was Stephen Harper, who we'll be hearing from a little later in the evening, who won also by a big number. I want to show you one more, and there's a reason for that, and that's Diana Blonsey, another Conservative from Alberta, in Calgary Nose Hill. She had a chance for an unbelievable three-peat tonight, but she didn't make it. She won handily. The three-peat was because the last two elections, 2006 and 2008, she won by exactly the same margin, if you can believe this, exactly the same margin, 28,372 votes. This time, she won by more than that, which kind of destroyed her shot at a three-peat on the margin. All right, that was a bit of fun. This is pretty serious. 77 women candidates win election tonight to the House of Commons. 4 of them are just leading at this point, but here's the way that breaks down. For the NDP, 40, that's almost, well, that is roughly 40% of their caucus will be women. For the Conservatives, 27, 1 leading, so for a total of 28. The Liberals down to 5 elected, 1 leading. For the Bloc Québécois, one of their 4 candidates, or 4 candidates who've won tonight is a woman. And for the Green Party, 100% of their caucus is female, and that's Elizabeth May, of course, has won election on Vancouver Island. We're told now, and we're going to take a look into the headquarters for the Conservative Party in Calgary tonight in Stephen Harper's riding. They're just finishing O Canada, and to the sound of a cheering crowd waiting for the arrival of Stephen Harper. An incredible night for Stephen Harper. He has won a majority government with at least roughly 166 seats. There are a couple of them still at play. This will be his entrance to that room, filled with supporters and obviously a lot of media as well. After a campaign that ran for 36 days. They're going to play a little video and build the hype up a little bit, as they all seem to have been doing tonight. They did the same thing for Jack Layton in the NDP convention hall when they awaited for his arrival. So for Stephen Harper, a 5-week campaign, and it would be hard to say it went very smoothly for him, because it seemed like every day there was some kind of issue that cropped up as a potential problem for the Conservatives. But it never seemed to stick. And right through it all, his focus stayed on the whole issue of gaining a majority, raising the threat of a coalition on the part of the other parties. And that was a game plan that he never shook off. There seemed to be, in the final week of the campaign, some concern on the part of the Conservatives that they were slipping. But the polls, in fact, many of the polls showed that they were slipping. But it turns out that that's not what happened on voting day, with the Conservatives getting 40% of the vote and heading to a majority government. All right, let's play the game of what should Stephen Harper say? Obviously, he's a happy guy, and he'll want to address his supporters tonight that they finally got that majority. But what else should he say? Should there be a reaching out on the part of Stephen Harper at this point to anyone beyond those who voted for him tonight? Excuse me, who wants to start that one off? Chantal?
I think he needs to reach out. It's a good time to celebrate, but I think he needs to say what Jason Kenney already said, that he's the Prime Minister of every Canadian. It would be a good time to start in French, because the presence of Quebec in his caucus is very low, but Quebec turned its back on sovereigntists tonight. And for a Prime Minister, that is also important to note.
A change in tone would be nice. I mean, the only defense of anything that the Tories have been up to in the last 2 years is, well, you know, we were in this fevered atmosphere of minority parliament. We had to do X or Y or Z. I didn't buy it then. I certainly don't buy it now. But if that was true, then the opportunity of a majority is for him to be a bit more statesmanlike, maybe reach out to the opposition parties and try to make parliament work better now. I hope he'll take advantage of that, maybe not tonight, but in the months to come.
All right, the first time we've seen, one of the first times in the whole campaign, we've seen Stephen Harper in a tie. Remember the blue sweater of a campaigns a few years ago. This last one, the 2011 campaign, is one where he's been without tie, blazer, and light blue shirt for almost every single campaign appearance through the last 5 weeks. Alan, your thoughts on how he should be speaking tonight in terms of what he has to say? What's the content of the speech that he should be making tonight?
I think Chantal and Andrew are absolutely right, that while the fear of a Conservative majority and the fear of a hidden agenda, you know, clearly, based on the results we've seen tonight, wasn't as great as it has been in the past, it still lingers there. His reputation is as a guy who likes to get his elbows up. His partisanship has hurt him in the past. He is a Prime Minister unchallenged for the next 4 years now. He has a real opportunity to show that he doesn't have teeth, that he has some magnanimity, and we'll see if he does.
And how does he do that? What's the key word he needs to look for?
Well, I think he has to talk about, you know, that he does have representation in every province in the country. He has to talk about what keeps Canadians together. We spend so much time, you know, finding wedge issues that will kind of alienate one part of the country against the other part, or one constituency against another constituency. He has to talk about the overarching things that join us and make us uniquely Canadian.
But let's not take away what he's achieved here. This is a potentially realigning election on a scale we haven't seen in generations. This is not some sudden upsurge like you had with Mulroney in '84 or Diefenbaker in '58 or with Layton tonight. This is something they've been building for election after election, and they finally got their prize. They have tipped Ontario decisively into the Conservative camp. They have a power block here that they could build on for, you know, election after election.
But it's because of the nature of that coalition that they have built now. I mean, the real story here for the Conservatives is that for the first time under Stephen Harper, they have cracked metropolitan Canada.
Absolutely.
Vancouver, Toronto, even parts of Montreal.
They've got 40% nationally. They've got, I think, close to 50% from Ontario West of the population. That is, you know, you can build a majority out of that now. You couldn't have in decades past. And of course, we're going to be adding 30 more seats to Ontario and the West in the next election. This is, as I say, this is just extraordinarily a huge breakthrough for them.
So it's his third election victory in terms of government, first majority. You think back in terms of past prime ministers, Lester Pearson, who was a minority government leader both in 63 and then in 65, couldn't put together a majority, ended up leaving. Pierre Trudeau came in with the majority in 68. It's interesting to look back at that period because Stephen Harper has done as one person what it took the two of them to do, Pearson with his two minorities and Trudeau to finish it off with a majority in 68. Stephen Harper gets the majority here on his third go-round. He'll be Prime Minister for, as a result, for at least 9 years, which is a long run. When you look back at the record books, there aren't a lot of prime ministers, certainly in recent history, who've had a run as long as that. Brian Mulroney, just about exactly that. Trudeau, over time, with the election loss in 79, had a good run at it as well, certainly more than 9 years he was into the low teens. But Stephen Harper now being congratulated by his supporters who gathered in Calgary, and he doesn't appear to be in any rush to get to the podium as he takes the opportunity to thank them for their hard work and their support. An easy win for him tonight in his Calgary riding. Okay, he's reached the podium now. He'll be heading up those steps where his family have already gathered, and he will have his remarks for the crowd and for the country. And we'll get our first indication of how he plans to use this overwhelming mandate tonight. 40% of the vote, a majority government, 166 seats at last count.
Thank you very much. Quelle belle soirée. What a great night. And friends, I have to say it. A strong, stable, national majority Conservative government. Friends, great things are only accomplished by many people working together. La politique est un sport d'équipe. Politics is a team sport. It's always what I've said, and it's true. For Lorene and I, there's one thing that has always been clear. We can always count on our home team, the Riding Association of Calgary Southwest. Even when we're not able to be with you, to be there with you, you're with us, and you are with us all the way. And I want to thank you again for the 5th time in 9 years. To the voters of Calgary Southwest for returning me to the House of Commons, and for giving me the honor not only of representing the riding, of following in the footsteps of Preston Manning, and of representing this incredible city in the Parliament of Canada.
Thank you to our national team in Ottawa and on the road. Thank you to the tens of thousands of Conservatives across the country. You have every reason to celebrate tonight. I also would like to think about the candidates who were defeated. You nevertheless contributed to our great victory this evening.
Thanks also to our national team in Ottawa and on the road, everybody working those exhausting hours. You can all take credit, take all the credit for the great things that have happened tonight, and have a great celebration. I also want to take a moment to thank all of our candidates who were not successful. You have nevertheless made a real contribution to our great Conservative victory tonight. And thanks to the tens of thousands of Conservatives from coast to coast to coast who have given so much of your time and so generously of your donations and your prayers. You are our strength, you are our inspiration, you are our conscience. Thank you.
I would also like to specifically thank my family.
I should also like to take a moment to thank my family. My mother, who has held down the fort with the kids for the past 5 weeks and survived. Thank you for everything. Love you, Mom. To Ben and Rachel, thank you for allowing me to dedicate so much of my time to all the families of this country, but know that you are never out of my heart for a moment. And of course, to Lorene, I don't know how you do it, by my side, holding me up day in and day out for all of these years. I can never adequately express my love.
My friends, the campaign was long, but we can now turn the page with the certainty, the end of repeat elections, and we can look at the long term.
A long 5 weeks. There has been much passionate debate and a tremendous amount of hard work on all sides, but it is done, and Canadians can now turn the page on the uncertainties and repeat elections of the past 7 years and focus on building a great future for all of us.
Canadians chose hope, a united Canada, a strong Canada, and we're going to govern for all Canadians, even those who did not vote for us.
At the end of it all, Canadians made this critically important decision today, friends. They chose hope, unity of purpose, and a strong Canada. And because Canadians chose hope, we can now begin to come together again, as we must, as Canadians, as fellow citizens, friends and neighbors. For our part, we are intensely aware that we are and we must be the government of all Canadians, including those who did not vote for us. And friends, hear me on this, all the lessons of the past few years, holding to our principles, but also of listening, of caring, of adapting, those lessons that have come with a minority government, we must continue to practice as a majority government. We are grateful, deeply honored, in fact, humbled by the decisive endorsement of so many Canadians. We shall be faithful to the trust that you have reposed in us.
Our government will defend the interests of all the regions and all Canadians, including the great nation of Quebec.
Whether or not you cast a vote for our party today, our government must and will stand on guard for all regions and friends. We shall do that faithfully.
Government affairs will begin as early as tomorrow. First, we will put in place our plan for jobs and without increasing your taxes.
We have much to do if we are to promptly deliver what Canadians have voted for. That is why the business of government will resume tomorrow. Our first job will be to implement what we set out in our budget, our plan for jobs and growth. Our plan to create jobs and growth without raising your taxes.
Second, we're going to immediately help families and seniors.
Our second priority is to deliver on our program of support for our families and for the senior citizens of this country.
Third, we're going to follow our plan to eliminate the deficit while increasing transfers to provinces in health by 6% per year.
With our plan to eliminate the deficit while growing the transfers to our provinces by 6% a year for the healthcare system in which Canadians believe.
And finally, we're going to make our cities, towns, and regions more safe.
At long last, pass comprehensive measures to reduce crime and make our streets and neighborhoods safer.
My friends, I would like now to offer my sincere congratulations to my opponents who led honorable campaigns.
Now I should like to offer my heartfelt congratulations to my opponents, all of whom conducted honorable campaigns. Our disagreements do not blind us to their commitment to our society and our democratic process. First, I think I can speak for the entire country in recognizing the determination and tenacity of Mr. Layton and his remarkable campaign. This is a day, friends, for which the NDP has long worked. Mr. Layton should feel proud, and I look forward to working with him in Ottawa. Mr. Ignatieff has been a passionate advocate for the cause of his party, a party which has made great and important contributions to the development of this country. I extend to him the high regard that is due of a worthy opponent.
I would also like to salute Mr. Duceppe, for whom I've always had great respect, even though we've had substantial differences in views of our country.
Well, congratulations for the historic victory. No win is more worthy for any, and more noteworthy for any political party than its very first.
And of course, my friends, I would like to congratulate all of the candidates who ran and all of the Canadians who ran as candidates.
Every Canadian who took the brave decision to run for office. I have been on both the winning and losing sides of campaigns, and I admire you all. And of course, I look forward to working with all of you who won your seats in the House of Commons tonight. This is what democracy needs. This is what citizenship is all about. The way that we choose our government, how we reconcile our differences, the manner in which we then live by the decisions. Our Canadian political life is sometimes turbulent, but is nonetheless a thing of beauty and the envy of peoples who have yet to achieve it. It is, friends, without a doubt, a big part of what makes this country, Canada, in a troubled world, an island of security and stability. Mes amis, rien ne
friends,
peut arrêter notre
nothing
grand
can
pays,
stop
même
our
pas
great
une
country,
récession,
even a
même pas un
recession,
désastre naturel,
not even
même pas
natural
une guerre.
disaster, not even
Friends,
war.
I have to say this again. I've said it repeatedly during this campaign. Traveling around our great country, one gets a sense of its still greater potential. Nothing, not recession, not natural disaster, nor war, have ever stopped the rise of this country. There is a spirit in this land, the true spirit, the true character of the Canadian people, a compassionate neighbor, a courageous warrior, a confident partner. That's the spirit of the Canada I know. Canadians are proud of that spirit, and they trust us to live by that spirit. Mes chers compatriotes, le gouvernement que j'ai
My fellow
l'honneur de
citizens, the
diriger
government
va
that I have the
défendre
honor
les valeurs qui
of
nous unissent.
leading
Fellow
will defend the
Canadians,
values
my
that
pledge
unite
to
us.
you is that the government I have the honor to lead will bind itself to these values. And the government you elected today will be a government that keeps these principles at its heart, at its very core. Mes amis, il y a
friends,
5 ans,
5 years
nous
ago,
avons commencé à bâtir
we
un Canada
began to
plus
build
libre, plus
a
fort,
freer
plus uni.
and
nous
more
allons
united
poursuivre
Canada.
notre
We're
travail.
going to continue
Les
this
Québécois et
work.
les Québécoises ont décidé
Quebecers
d'envoyer des
decided
fédéralistes
to
à la
send
Chambre des communes, et
Federalists
nous allons
to
tous
the House of
travailler
Commons,
ensemble
and we're
pour
going to
le
work together
mieux-être de notre grand pays.
for the betterment of our country.
Friends, it is time to go home, but before we do, I will just say this. 5 years ago, we began to build a Canada that would be truly strong and free, the true north of our national anthem. That work is well begun, and it is within our grasp to make that dream come true, to become a country that is as prosperous, as united, and as strong as it can be. The best country in the world, but always striving to be more. That is the work to which we dedicate ourselves, that great endeavor to which we return tomorrow. Bonsoir, mes amis. Merci beaucoup.
Good evening. Thank
Good
you very
night, my
much.
friends. Thank you for everything. God bless all of you. God keep our land glorious and free.
Stephen Harper, on the night he wins his first majority government, his third election victory in a row, with his family now celebrating with the streamers, and one assumes the balloons will be coming down next. On this victory night for the Conservative Party, there's no doubt about it. They've won their majority. That was the plan throughout this campaign, was going for majority in every speech that he talked about. But I think you could also fairly safely say that that may well have been the happiest we've seen Stephen Harper over the last 5 weeks. Very energetic, lots of smiles, and happy to be there. Times the campaign looked like it was a bit of a struggle for him. He never seemed entirely comfortable, but it was a campaign that delivered the majority government he was looking for. 166 seats we have it at last count. In terms of the message, Stephen Harper saying they're going to get to work right away, so one assumes that means Parliament will be recalled fairly quickly because he says he wants to get the budget that never got passed before his last government fell, wants to get that in play right away. So that'll have to be reintroduced to the new Parliament. He said it's time to go home, wants everybody to go home. Well, it's late in the night here in Eastern Canada, 1:30 here, 3 o'clock in Newfoundland. Out in Calgary, it's only 11:30. But nevertheless, it's our time for us to start wrapping things up as well, as we watch Stephen Harper give the big wave to his supporters out there. Let me start with Rex Murphy, who's been very patient, waiting. What's your commentary tonight at the end of this
I'm
evening?
going to pick up, first of all, your own observation. That's the most open and energetic that we have seen. I mean, obviously, you win a majority after all his calculation to win it. He deserves to be open and energetic. But I've always felt there's a side to Stephen Harper, either self-repression or something else, that he holds in. That's probably the most national speech he's managed in the last 3 or 4 years. The second point I'd like to make is that this whole business about realignment here, I think the biggest challenge is not actually with the Liberals. That's the most devastating challenge. Jack Layton has really got to look at his party now, his MPs, and realize it's not the party he went in with. He's got a lot of adjustments to make. The third thing is that Harper said, I wanted a majority and we're tired of minority governments. However, other parties may have disagreed with the message. He said, I want the majority. He announced it in advance. He has received it. Now he can exercise it with more influence than if he'd kind of concealed the thing. Harper's got a solid majority. He's going to use it.
Potential problems.
Potential problems, he really has got to cut the friction out of his own party. I think in many cases, Harper is unfairly attacked. But secondly, his own personality and his own manner of governing brings the frictions to high level. One of the messages in this election that's undeniable is that the lack of civility going to the point of being feral on occasion in the House of Commons isn't acceptable to anybody. He's got the ability to be gracious. He showed some of it right there now. His opposition should also pay attention to that. He is not the demon that they make him out to be.
Do you think he can be a different prime minister in majority than he appeared to be in minority?
It may well be that the minority government we always thought it was the easiest government or the most graceful. It may be that it encouraged devices. I would hope his personality is large enough to grow with his own victory and to reduce the temperature of Canadian politics somewhat. It really has got a little less than it deserves to be. It's a better country than its politics most days.
But if he makes it too easy, it's going to be hard for you to come up with a commentary.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
There'll always be something,
I can
right?
give you another one in 30 seconds. It's been a lot of fun.
All right, Rex, thanks very much. I want to bring the insiders in, first of all, now for a quick last comment from them as well. Jamie Watt and David Hurley have been doing extra duty for us tonight as we begin slipping in and out of speeches. Gentlemen, your thoughts. You've been great throughout the campaign, taking your partisan hats off to try and give us a sense of what it's like in the back rooms. We will allow you this moment to put those partisan hats back on for your concluding thoughts on what's been a fascinating 5 weeks and a realignment of sorts, there's no question about it, of the Canadian political landscape after this vote. Tonight, you know, so many people said the election was unwanted. Well, I guess it must have been wanted by someone because they sure changed the deck and shuffled it around a bit at the end of this campaign. Jamie, first, your thoughts.
Sure, and Peter, I think I can keep my partisan hat off right till the end of this. And I think a lot of Canadians would have been pleasantly surprised by the Prime Minister Harper they saw tonight. By far the most generous speech I've ever heard him give. I heard him talk about governing for all Canadians and for all regions. I actually even heard him praise and congratulate Elizabeth May with some genuine warmth in his speech. I think it was a terrific speech he gave tonight, best of the night, I'd say, and I think it's one that a lot of Canadians have been waiting a long time for him to give. So kudos to the Prime Minister tonight.
Yeah,
well done.
Easier to give a speech like that
No
when
kidding.
just one big, right?
For sure, absolutely. But I think he gave a speech as big as his victory tonight.
All right, David.
Well, it was good to see Jamie with his partisan hat off in that circumstance.
I think it was fair. I think that's fair.
I would like to echo what he said. I think that the Prime Minister gave an excellent speech, and I think that it was a side of his personality that people would like to see more. I think that he talked about things like healthcare and mentioned words like compassion, which are important code words to a lot of people in the country that have been worried about him in this position. And let me congratulate him on his victory, and let me congratulate Mr. Layton on his tremendous success in running the Bloc Québécois out of town. But let me take you up on your offer to put my partisan hat on for just a little bit. And let me say to the Liberals across the country who are watching this that, first of all, from my perspective, one does not get to a place like this in 35 days. And I think that there's more than enough blame and accountability among everybody that's been involved in the Liberal Party for a long time for the position that it's arrived in. And it will take everybody working together if this party is going to have any future. And I would encourage people to remember the critical and important role this party's played in Canada over the years.
Do you think it's possible that they can be a player again?
I genuinely believe it's possible, and we've seen lots of flashes in the pan in Canadian politics, and the Liberal Party has deep, deep roots in this country, and I, for one, intend to be working at that cause.
Jamie, do you think it's possible?
Absolutely, I think it's possible. I think the results tonight, the small number of seats the Liberals actually hang on to, don't reflect where the Liberal Party stands in the Canadian political firmament. I agree with David, these things don't happen overnight, and they're going to take some work to get fixed, but I'd never bet against the tenacity and the deep roots of the Liberal Party of Canada. Sure, they're going to be through some tough times. That's something all of us in politics know. There's actually more tough times than there are good times when you actually calculate it all out. this is a really tough time for them. I'm not making light of that, but I wouldn't bet against them. Not
All
at
right. Gentlemen, you've both been great throughout the campaign. It's been a treat dealing with you. Jamie Watt, David Hurley.
Great
thanks
honor.
for
Thank
both.
you, Peter.
All
Thank
right,
you, Peter.
Thank you. All right, let's wrap it up with the At Issue panel in terms of their thoughts on what's been quite the 5 weeks. Chantal, do you want to start it off for us?
Yeah, I think Quebecers tomorrow are going to wake up to the realization that they set out to beat Stephen Harper and ended up beating the Bloc. And I think for many of them, it's going to be quite a transition. For 20 years, the Bloc Québécois has been Quebec's voice, main voice in the House of Commons. And overnight, they're gone. Gilles Sepp is not standing there watching over what takes place in Ottawa. And that's going to take some getting used to. I thought Stephen Harper's speech was the appropriate speech. And it did hit the right notes. And what's interesting is that of all of the leaders, the opposition leaders, the least partisan in the uncivil sense of the word has been Jack Layton in the previous parliaments, and he is the one who campaigned on working together and not on stopping a Conservative majority. So possibly there is hope for a better tone in the House of Commons, and certainly some really interesting discussions on healthcare, because that is going to be the big domestic issue that is on the plate of this government.
Right, incoming in terms of the big problems in 2014. Alan, when you look at that speech, there seems to be a degree of unanimity that Stephen Harper we're not used to seeing, if in fact we've ever seen him quite like that before. Is that the product of a victory on victory night? Those are the kind of things you say. It's now a question of whether we're going to see that more from him in the days ahead.
Well, part of it, I'm sure, is relief. I mean, we've always known he likes governing a hell of a lot more than he likes campaigning. And he's never been one to flip pancakes or kiss babies. He's a policy guy who wants to do things. And so I think he is got a certain sense of relief. But he actually should be self-satisfied in some ways. We've talked a lot about splits, the implication being that, you know, maybe the other guys lost the election rather than he won this one. But he did win this election. He's up to 45% of the popular vote in Ontario. He's had a historic breakthrough in
representation in every province.
In metropolitan English Canada. But I think to Chantal's point, he does have some reconciliation to do with the province of Quebec. I'm old enough to remember the Churchillian strategy where Gordon Churchill advocated to the Progressive Conservatives they could win Canada without Quebec, they could ignore it. And it was always seen to be a perilous course. It was a dangerous course to have Quebec believe that it had been abandoned by a national party. And so I think he does have some reaching out to do, and it is very interesting that he said he would work with Jack Layton towards that end.
They've worked together before, right?
Mm-hmm.
They worked on that apology on the residential schools question. And they both acknowledged the role each of the two of them played. Harper saying there was Layton came to me and pushed the idea, and we talked for a year and came together on an agreement on that. Andrew.
I think at one point late in the campaign, we started talking about this being as transformational as 1993. This is way bigger than that. This is, first of all, for the Conservatives and for the West. The West is now in, and Ontario has joined it. The West has been giving itself to the Conservative Party since 1957. It's got into government a couple of times and blown it both times, blew it apart. This one looks much more solid and enduring. That is huge. That's just a fundamental shift in the power balance of the country, a huge moment. The NDP, the Debbie Downers on the Insiders thing were saying that Jack made a lousy speech. I thought he struck exactly the right note. If they were doing one of those audience measure things, it would have gone off the charts because it was exactly what got him here. It's significant. It's not maybe a short-term thing that he has less leverage, but to be the opposition leader, he is now the Prime Minister in waiting. That's going to fundamentally change people's view of the NDP, provided he doesn't blow it. The Liberals obviously have an enormous challenge ahead of them to, as I say, to make a case that we still need a centrist party in Canada, because all through this campaign, and certainly in the last week and days, the Conservatives and the NDP were just tearing into them from both sides, and they're going to continue to do that. It's going to be a real challenge. I'm not as optimistic as some other people are about the Liberals' chances of rebuilding. The Bloc, good riddance. And one last point is, in terms of changing view of things, the Greens now have a member of Parliament. That's huge as well. They're no longer a theoretical party. They're a party with a living, breathing presence, needless to say, in the Parliament. We'll see whether they can build from that.
Have the Conservatives now become, or could they now become, the natural governing party of this country?
Not where they're positioned right now. I mean, I asked a very simple question on a study a little while ago. Do you consider yourself a conservative or a progressive? 2 to 1 Canadians say that they're progressives over conservatives. That still is the natural place, to be kind of in the center, to value compromise, to look for the middle of the road. It'll be very interesting that if there is a tendency when in government to actually be pulled in that direction, because you start to understand the demands of all the competing interests in this remarkably complex country that is Canada. If he can moderate some of the hard edges, there's also no question that the country has moved more conservative than it has been in the past. They could actually find themselves the natural governing party of this country.
Critical thing is Ontario. Ontario's just gone through a rather nasty recession and has been kind of beat up about that. And it could have gone in one of two directions here, and it was really in the balance through most of the campaign, which direction it was go. 45% of that province went to the tax-cutting, growth-oriented party, as opposed to the more redistributionist parties. That's significant.
But Ontario, for the record, did vote on the basis of a Liberal spending record. Because I mean, no one would quarrel with the notion that the Conservatives handled the recession the same way the Liberals would have in power. That's been part of the Liberal problem. So to say that Ontario espoused a Conservative agenda when we've had a government that is actually governed like free-spending Liberals, it would be a bit of a stretch.
But the difference is historically is there was just an antipathy to Conservatives. They just say, they don't represent us, they're not like us, I don't want to be them.
Okay, we've got to leave it at that. The At Issue panel, as always, fabulous in trying to get behind the headlines and explain to us what's going on. Alan, Chantal, Andrew, we'll see you on Thursday night, where we'll discuss. You'll have changed your mind on all those things, and we'll have a whole other new discussion.
Well, we'll have changed our shirts anyway.
Yeah. Time to wrap it up here for us tonight at our election headquarters in downtown Toronto, as we've spread right across the country tonight, starting with those first results in Newfoundland in what seems like so many hours ago. It's been a great night. On a night like this, you got to thank a lot of people. Just like the leaders were thanking their party supporters, we want to thank all of those at CBC who have been a part of this election night. Our technical people, our producers, editors, and writers right across the country who spent their evening trying to chase down stories and try to analyze the results as they were coming in. It's been a big night for them. And of course, all of those who've appeared on camera for the CBC this evening as well. Our reporters have been looking at individual riding areas in different parts of the country. The At Issue panel, Rex Murphy, the Insiders, Evan Solomon, Amanda Lang, and our reporters across the country, whether it was Terry Malewski, Rosemary Barton, Laurie Graham, who are the three main reporters who've taken us right through the election campaign in terms of their coverage of the party leaders throughout a grueling 5-week time. It's a little over 35 days. For them, the next few days of rest are going to be more than just a little bit enjoyable. So thanks ever so much for watching. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Have enjoyed once again giving you the thrills and spills and excitement of an election night in Canada that has produced a majority Conservative government. Our election night continues now on CBC television in much of the country. It's local results coverage from your local station. On CBC News Network and everywhere else, stay with us for After the Vote that'll be coming to you tonight from Vancouver.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anne-Marie Meadow.